Palimpsest. Could there be a more persuasively apt title for a memoir? Particularly if the rememberer of his past is referring not so much to his own lies, but to those of others. And, if I may immodestly boast, I have gone mano a mano with some of the truly great liars of our time. But then I was a novelist in an era when the line between fiction and fact pretty much broke down as, in coldest blood, the novelist felt free to make up things for actual people to do on the page. I have also been engaged in politics, theater, and movies, 3 worlds where no one is ever on oath, until indicted, of course, in which case he who takes the fall gets to write the definitive tissue of lies, often more than once, like the incomparable R.M. Nixon. On the long chestnut wood table where I write, the collected works of Hazlitt. I wanted to write about him 2 years ago, but did not. The Spirit of the Age, 1825, has a reproachful look. There is either too much of everything here or nothing at all. Last night we played a short newsreel clip of Jack, Jackie, and me at a Washington horse show in 1961. This morning, as now happens whenever I mention anyone in this text, Jackie is reported to be back in the hospital, hemorrhaging internally. I hope I haven't done in Allen Ginsberg. Am I marked, as Chris White thought herself to be? Or are we all simply marked by time, and I'm writing this at sundown? A few months ago, after she was diagnosed with lymphoma, she transferred her houses and apartments to the children. Now she is dying. Do I feel anything at all? No, nothing beyond a certain glumness. At a certain age, death is the rule rather than the vivid exception. Since my row with Bobby, coming up, we no longer saw each other. Nevertheless, she has always been a part of my family life. Aunt Jackie. Of our 3 nephews in common, she chose to befriend the manliest, despite his character, while pointedly, indeed cruelly, ignoring the brilliant painter with AIDS and the struggling actor. Selfish and self-aggrandizing beyond the usual, Jackie was still a slyly humorous presence when she was in my life, and now I write of her in the past tense. We first met in 1949 at the house of a friend in Washington. I knew that Hughie had acquired 2 stepdaughters, but I had forgotten their names. Jackie was very curious about me. After all, I moved into your room. That night I took the train to New Orleans and started to write dark green, bright red, which fixed the time of our meeting in my memory. In 1956 we saw each other regularly. We'd lunch together at the plaza. Once, after lunch, I went out into the street just as Eleanor Roosevelt walked by. I took this as an omen. Since Jackie was fascinated by Hollywood and movie stars, I took her to a rehearsal of what would be my next-to-last play for television, Honor. She watched as the assistant director, Dominic Dunn, on hands and knees, put down tapes to denote the sets. She was much taken with Dick York, the youthful star, also with Ralph Bellamy, the elderly star. "I'd love to act," she said suddenly as we drank coffee from styrofoam cups and watched the actors rehearsing at the far end of the hall. "Do you think it's too late?" "Isn't what's happening to you now a lot more interesting?" "For Jack it is." She frowned. "Not for me. I never see him. He's so busy with—" She seldom complained about Jack himself, but she was irritated by the family's rules and regulations. "I wanted this small car, a Thunderbird. I mean, what could be more American?" The mischievous smile. "But Mr. Kennedy said, Kennedys drive Buicks. So I drive a Buick. How do you go about getting a job acting?" I was amused. "You mean, how do you go about it? Well, just for the novelty of it, I'm sure any of the studios would cast you, at least once. What would Jack say?" "Oh, he loves actors." She was vague. "It's Mr. Kennedy who would be the problem. He used to own a movie studio, and he hates actors." "Except for Gloria Swanson and—" I named a number of actresses he was known to have had affairs with. She shrugged that off. Would I show her around the New York theater world? We went, with Howard, to Downey's, a place on 8th Avenue frequented by actors. She was much stared at. She was easily the most glamorous woman in the restaurant, though hardly the prettiest. This was the era of the actor's studio, and the celebration not only of the Freudian inner life, but also of the lower middle class, who, in the age of Eisenhower, dominated the television screen. Although these supposedly simple folk were sometimes sad when kitchen appliances or other consumer goods were not affordable, they were, all in all, very happy to be humble and, above all, American. Paddy Chayefsky was their television interpreter, and he had a perfect ear for proletarian speech. I was content to be, in those days, Trigorin to his Chekhov. Also, I was literally eccentric in that I never wrote about the little people. I'd go from Civil War to the New Mexico Territory to mock science fiction. I did not write about the people Paddy knew until I went to MGM, and as my first picture, I adapted one of his pieces, The Catered Affair. In later years, he was always annoyed when the British would refer reverently to his masterpiece Wedding Breakfast, the English title, and he would give me full bitter credit for it. In time, we became friends, but at first he was, pointlessly, I thought, resentful of my presence on the scene. Recently, I asked the director, Sidney Lumet, why. Sidney grinned his Halloween pumpkin smile. You weren't Jewish, and this was our game. At Downey's, when actors asked who Jackie was, I'd say, it's the new girl at Warner's. This seemed to satisfy them. Next stop was the apartment of Zachary and Ruth Scott. Ruth was an interesting actress from Mississippi and the lifelong beloved of William Faulkner, who wrote the play Requiem for a Nun for her, while Zachary appeared in the film The Southerner, screenplay by Faulkner, who, somewhat out of character, not only liked the picture but wanted credit for his work. But Jean Renoir, like the true auteur that he was, took sole credit for the script. He could barely speak, much less write a word of English, but then an auteur is a transcendental being, beyond mere words. New York's high bohemia was all assembled at the Scotts. A few recognized Jackie from photographs in vogue. But Senator Kennedy had made no impression as yet on them, as opposed to their Hollywood counterparts, among whom he had already begun a collection of beddable stars that would, in time, outdo that of his father, the object of the exercise. Jack was big to Joe's little Dipper. I was awakened early this morning by BBC Radio. Richard Nixon died in the night. I am not responsible for his death. He was in the same hospital where Jackie still lives. The 37th president had just been extolled, I was quickly warned on the air, as a towering figure by both former Prime Minister Edward Heath and Henry, never to be former, alas, Kissinger. I said to the program's host that the first would have had a fellow feeling for another leader driven from office, while Kissinger's only claim to our attention were his years as Nixon's foreign policy valet. Otherwise, Henry would now be just another retired Harvard professor, glumly at work on Son of Metternich. So Jack and Nixon, Congress class of 47, are now both gone. Paladin and Goblin, each put back in the theatrical box of discarded puppets, and, to a future I, or puppet master, interchangeable. Why not a new drama starring Jack Goblin and Dick Paladin? In their political actions they were more alike than not if one takes the longest view and regards the national history of their day as simply a classic example of entropy doing its very chilly thing. The years have passed like Da's snowflakes on the river since 1947, when two naval officers came to Congress and I, instead of joining them, published Willowa. Could any of us have played his part differently? The sudden image of a chestful of puppets may be more apt than I suspected when it emerged from wherever it is that images, well, words, do. Although there is no puppeteer, I have come to believe that our natures are so predetermined that Nixon could do no other than be his uneasy self, committed to mischief, acting and talking like a sleepwalker in a surreal dream. American troops have just entered Cambodia. This is not an invasion. More to the point, the fact that so few Americans ever noted the chasm between his words and deeds was always proof to me that he was, in a curious way, the quintessential American, indifferent to, when aware of, cause and effect, acting only to further his own career, which meant that he was sometimes capable of doing the right thing for the wrong reason. Murray Kempton has been writing some lovely pieces in the newspapers about our ancient antagonist. He has just noted that I was the first to write, "We are Nixon, he is us." Text, context is all. I never met Nixon, but I did hear him say that the auditorium in his library should be used to enact great debates like, Vidal and Buckley. Also, on his first visit to New York after his defeat by Jack, he said, "I'm here to see The Best Man," my play, in which he darkly figures. Much is now being made, among the tiers, of Nixon's foreign policy triumphs. He went to Moscow and then détente. He went to Beijing and then, later, saw the Great Wall. Other presidents could have done what he did, but none dared because of Nixon. One could hear that solemn, hollow baritone. "I am not saying that President Johnson is a card-carrying communist. No, I am not even saying that his presence on that wall in China means that he is a communist. No, but I question..." As Nixon had been assigned the part of the Nixon, there was no other Nixon to keep him from those two nice excursions, ostensibly in search of peace. After I heard the trumpets and the drums and watched our remaining librarians, the high emeritus rank that we bestow on former presidents, a witty one because now no one does much of any book reading, I played a film clip of Nixon from his vice-presidential days. The soundtrack is gone, so it is a silent movie, an official banquet of some sort. Nixon remembers to smile the way people do, when a waiter approaches him with a large, sticky dessert. At that moment, Nixon leans over to speak to his partner on the left, frustrating the waiter's effort to serve him. Waiter moves on. Nixon sits back, realizes that his dessert has been given to the man on his right. Nixon waves to the waiter, who does not see him. Now the Nixon face is beginning to resemble that of the third English king of his name. Eyes, yes, merest slits, dart first left, then right. Coast is clear. Ruthless Plantagenet king, using his fork as a broadsword, scoops up half the dessert on his neighbor's plate and dumps it on his own. As he takes his first taste of the dessert, there is a radiance in his eyes that I have never seen before or since. Nixon is happy. Pie in the sky on the plate at last. The 29th New York Congressional District. Free of MGM and Hollywood, I settled in at Edgewater. Howard was living there now, and I was slowly, very slowly, approaching financial independence. Slowly, because anyone who earned more than $100,000 a year was obliged to pay 90% income tax, presumably for that surge of pride which one could not help but feel as our CIA overthrew the democratically elected president of Guatemala and removed the popular Iranian leader Mossadegh, so that the Shah might continue as American proconsul. It is hard now to think how supinely we put up with so much taxation with nothing to show for it at home. Of course, we still have nothing to show for our tax money, but at least the tax rate was significantly lowered for a time, so that those with inherited money, or their foundations and companies, might free themselves of taxes, thus inadvertently helping us wage earners. In 1958, after the success of Visit to a Small Planet, I bought a small brownstone house in New York City. A year later, after I had paid my taxes, I was obliged to slink back to Hollywood and write, under another name, a mystery series for television. This confiscation of one's hard-earned money did not drive me into the right wing, as it did Ronald Reagan, who was as indignant as I, but chose to blame it all on a vague nemesis called big government. I started to turn left. If the government was going to take so much of our money, then let the government give us health care, education, and all those other things first world countries provide their taxpayers. Of course, in those days, to favor federal aid to education was to be a communist. Thanks to Harry Truman's national security state, the good news about other societies is either kept from us or carefully distorted. Swedes have free education, health care, and so on, but they also practice free love, get drunk, and commit suicide because they lack the excitement of living in a society where the untrained have the freedom to starve. My real political education began when I made money only to have it confiscated by a military machine. As the age of McCarthy dawned, I would soon be taking a crash course in radical politics. Every week, each television network would secretly produce a list of names of actors, writers, and directors who could not be hired. The list was arbitrary, to say the least. There was, however, a means of expiation for someone excluded. A grocery store owner in Schenectady had made himself the acknowledged authority on communism by refusing to sell anything advertised on those programs that hired communists. Simply, a threat from him could deprive you of work. However, if the proscribed actor or writer proved to be genuinely repentant, he could go to Schenectady, much as a sick Catholic might go to Lourdes, and there the butcher, as we called him, would absolve him if he swore to sin no more. All this humiliating business was made worse by the rise of Senator Joe McCarthy. Yet, to be fair, McCarthy could never have flourished had it not been for Harry S. Truman's mandatory loyalty oaths for all government workers, because the Russians were coming, and we must root out their agents wherever they might be, and a crypto-commie, if he swore falsely, would, everyone knew, crumble to ashes. Earlier, the Republican Senator Vandenberg had told Truman that if he wanted his party's help in totally militarizing the economy, you will have to scare the hell out of the American people. Scared they were, but more of their own government and its star chamber procedures than ever they were of a weak second world country like Russia, rattling its bars halfway around the world. For me, politics had been the family business, and I regarded it more as a process than as a matter of theory, much less ideology. But the radical populist base of the Gores had made me an instinctive non-interventionist, while the personal cost to me of the Second War had been sharp. Although I was now writing for The Nation and Partisan Review, I stayed out of all their symposia on theoretical politics. I thought the fierce contest between Trotskyites and Stalinists irrelevant to a country where the true historic division is between Hamilton and Jefferson, and I was on Jefferson's side. My first overtly political play appeared on television on February 6, 1955, A Sense of Justice. A returned veteran, out of a sense of justice, decides to kill the corrupt boss of a state. Since he does not know the man, only his works, this is a disinterested rather than a gratuitous act. I suppose that I had been influenced, as most of us were at the time, by Sartre's existentialism, as well as Gide's L'acte gratuit. Certainly, La Nausée had made an impression on me. The play caused a few tremors when it was done on Philco Goodyear TV Playhouse. The following summer, a new version with a different cast was scheduled, then mysteriously cancelled. Visit to a Small Planet, both on television and on the stage, was a satire on the military and our national security state's terror of otherness of any kind. As it was a comedy, I got away with it. In 1958, I went down to Miami to meet Tennessee and the film producer Sam Spiegel. Would I write the screenplay for Suddenly Last Summer? The bird was manic that season, and Sam more than usually devious. I agreed to write the script if Tennessee would have no hand in it. Later, Sam would talk him into taking co-credit for my screenplay on the ground, "Baby, it will win the Academy Award." As the bird was ravenous for prizes, he put his name alongside mine on the script. Happily, the reviews were so bad that he immediately regretted what he had done. Later, he was less disturbed as the press proved to be so bad that the public was driven to see what the New York Times shrieked was a celebration of sodomy, incest, cannibalism, and Elizabeth Taylor at her most voluptuous. When Jackie heard that we were in Miami, she asked us up to Palm Beach for lunch. The bird had no idea who they were, but took my word for it that Jack was running for president. We arrived an hour late. Jack was firing a rifle at a target on the lawn. He was not a very good shot, and I was as bad as he. The bird casually took the rifle from him and shot 3 bullseyes. "Using only my blind eye," he cackled. Jackie said how much she had envied her stepbrother, my half-brother Tommy, whom the bird had once taken out to Coney Island. "I was so jealous you hadn't taken me." The bird graciously gave her a rain check. Jack knew exactly how to flatter authors. Always say you admire their least successful work. He praised Summer and Smoke, and the bird began to find him presidential. He also found him sexually attractive. "Look at that ass," he said thoughtfully as Jack led us into the damp, moldy-smelling house. "You can't cruise our next president." I was stern. "Don't be ridiculous. The American people will never elect those two. They're far too attractive." It was a pleasant lunch, and I began to feel the political tug in myself. I had made a speech or two in the congressional district where I lived. One was against capital punishment, an unpopular position, but the roof had not fallen in. Was it still possible? I wondered, gazing thoughtfully at Jack. He always charmed me. Yet I thought him something of a lightweight politically, since he was pretty much what the sheltered and unadventurous son of a rich right-winger would be. But then, at the time, so was I. The only difference, small but compelling, I had to earn a living, and he didn't. I knew firsthand about taxes. He hadn't a clue. Otherwise, we were both unadventurous conservatives, interested in personal glory. If we had ever had an honest discussion of what each actually thought, I suspect that the only division between us would have been my growing hatred of the Empire and his unquestioning love for it. In due course, he wanted us to win the Cold War with a hot war. I think, even then, I suspected that the Cold War was a fraud. As we left, I told Jack that the bird had found his ass attractive. "That's very exciting," Jack grinned. Anyone who has ever had a successful play on Broadway, at least in those days, is under constant pressure to write a new play. For one thing, the writer's name makes it possible for producers to raise money. Roger L. Stevens, a real estate tycoon and sometime play producer, wanted a play from me. But what? My interests, partly due to Jack's activities, were more than ever political. Unfortunately, political plays do very badly with the American public, while satire does even worse. Most plays of that era were about women undergoing analysis and finding their true identity through love. Only the bird could be counted on to liven things up with a castration here, a lobotomy there. Finally, a play started in my head. I wrote The Best Man in 3 weeks at Provincetown. I was intrigued by the contrast between a politician's private life and public life, so I set the play at the convention of one of the two parties. The high-minded, good candidate is highly promiscuous in private life. The Nixon-esque scoundrel is a model of domestic virtue. Who will prevail, and how? Roger Stevens sent the play to Adlai Stevenson, who said that if the character Cantwell was Richard the Black-Hearted Nixon, he was amused, but if the noble but waffling Russell was meant to be him, he was not pleased. At the time of the play's opening, March 31st, 1960, Adlai Stevenson was the choice of the Democratic Party's liberals, and Jack Kennedy was viewed darkly as his father's son. My neighbor to the south at Hyde Park, Eleanor Roosevelt, was fiercely opposed to any Kennedy and entirely devoted to Adlai Stevenson. I sent the script to Jack. When he came to the part about Russell's philandering, he asked Jackie, "Is Gore writing about me?" She said no. He liked what I had done with his two rivals. He gave me 2 bits of advice. "You know, in a campaign, we don't have all that much time to talk about the meaning of it all." I agreed, but said that no audience would understand the shorthand that politicians talk in. He laughed, then said, "Oh, here's something you can use. When a politician says to you, 'Jack, if there's anything I can do for you, just let me know,' that means you're dead." I like to say that, had it not been for me, Ronald Reagan would never have been president. We were having a difficult time trying to cast a Stevensonian sort of politician. Most middle-aged American actors start out as folksy all-American boys, which means that, even in age, irony and self-deprecation are not to be found in their repertoires. When Reagan's agents proposed him to me for Russell, I said that although he was a good actor, I didn't think that the audience would accept him as a politician in the Stevenson mode. In later tellings, the Stevenson modifier was dropped. In any case, Melvyn Douglas played the part, won prizes, and his career was hugely revived, while the rejected Reagan, at a loose end, became governor of California. The play was a success, and I was getting close to the fulfillment of my 5-year, in the end 10-year plan. All at once I had The Best Man on Broadway, a road company of Visit to a Small Planet, a botched movie version of Visit with Jerry Lewis, and the film Suddenly Last Summer, puzzling the public. I was driving over the speed limit on the Taconic Parkway when a state trooper stopped me. He recognized me from television, gave me a warning instead of a summons, then asked, "That guy in Suddenly Last Summer, he was a queer, wasn't he?" I said yes, and had it not been for the all-powerful Roman Catholic Legion of Decency, the audience would have been let in on the secret. I was now looking forward to the 1960 campaign. I was also getting restless. I wanted to make the film of The Best Man, but aside from that, I was through with Hollywood. Live television was sputtering out, and I had just done what was to be my last play for television, The Indestructible Mr. Gore, about the courtship of Dot and Da and the shotgun wedding that almost took place. I have just learned from a Mississippi relative that 2 years after the program aired, during the war between Attorney General Bobby Kennedy and me, Bobby sent a request to the county clerk in Eupora, asking for details of the senator's life. The clerk, loyal to his own, threw the request in the wastebasket. Had he not, there would now be on the bookshelves of the Republic The 1,000 Lecherous Days of T.P. Gore by Arthur Schlesinger, Jr. Time now to go to Washington, or to go away and write. In the late 50s, I had begun to see a good deal of a cheerful Irish politician, Joe Hawkins, an attorney in Poughkeepsie who was also Democratic leader of Dutchess County. In due course, he asked me if I would like to be the Democratic candidate for the House of Representatives from the 29th District, the mid-Hudson area that included not only Dutchess but Ulster, Greene, Columbia, and Schoharie counties. The incumbent was unknown to the district, which, as I tactlessly put it, every 4 years automatically cast its majority vote for President McKinley. Thanks to a decade of television appearances, where I preferred to talk not of my work but of the State of the Union, I was far better known than the congressman whose career had been devoted to enriching the great insurance companies, not one, curiously enough, located in the area. Dutchess County had not gone Democratic since 1910, when Franklin Roosevelt won a seat in the state Senate because most of the voters thought that they were voting for their Republican hero, Theodore Roosevelt. One could not, apparently, win. But as Joe and I studied the voting pattern, we saw that a shift to the Democrats had begun in the last few years. The veterans of World War II were not as predictable as their parents. Also, the most important employer in the district, IBM, was headed by Thomas J. Watson, Jr., who, to everyone's surprise, would support Jack at the last moment, causing his many loyal, even slavish employees to have second thoughts on Election Day. What I began as a modest showing of the flag started to become serious as I crossed and recrossed the 5 counties. I had been born in Orange County, once a part of the district, while the Republican incumbent had been born elsewhere, thus countering any charges that I was a carpetbagger. Even so, Governor Nelson Rockefeller came to Poughkeepsie to urge voters to send Wharton back to Washington and Gore Vidal back to Broadway. My Vassar supporters finally heckled him. At first, Mrs. Roosevelt was wary of my candidacy. She had not liked the best man. Private lives do not play an important part in political campaigns, she lectured me firmly in front of the Morosco Theater, where she had just seen the play. I was polite, and she was wrong. Her cousin Joe Alsop used to go on about Eleanor's sapphic tendencies, and later I could see that she had been affected in her public life by these rumors, while, as she herself once said to me, forgetting her own words at the theater, they used to say that Franklin did not have polio but something else, the sort of disease that one gets from not leading the proper sort of life. Today, of course, as actual politics have been entirely excluded from public life, private lives are all that we are allowed to talk about. In the fall of 1959, I got a summons to visit Eleanor at Hyde Park. Word was spreading that I was going to be the Democratic candidate. It was time for us to have a serious talk. I drove down to Valkill Cottage. With some difficulty, I found the house. The front door was open. I went inside. "Anybody home?" No answer. I opened the nearest door, a bathroom. Eleanor Roosevelt was standing in front of the toilet bowl. She gave a startled squeak. "Oh, dear." Then, resignedly, "Well, now you know everything." She stepped aside, revealing a dozen gladiolas she had been arranging in the toilet bowl. "It keeps them fresh." So began our political and personal acquaintance. I found her remarkably candid about herself and others, so much so that I occasionally made notes, proud that I alone knew the truth about this or that. Needless to say, just about every one of these confidences has appeared in someone else's memoirs. But I like to recall her presence, very tall, stout, with that odd fluting yet precise voice with its careful emphases, its nervous glissade of giggles, the great smile, which was calculated not only to avert wrath, but warn potential enemies that here was a lioness quite capable of making a meal of anyone. Then there were those shrewd gray-blue eyes, which stared at you when you were not looking at her. When you did catch her at it, she would blush. Even in her 70s, her delicate gray skin would grow pink, giggle, and look away. When she was not interested in someone, she would ask a polite question, remove her glasses, which contained a hearing aid, and nod pleasantly, assuming that she did not drop into one of her 30-second catnaps. Mrs. Roosevelt endorsed me. I saw quite a lot of her, each of us usually on the run. I was at Valkill the day the news broke that her son Elliot had married yet again. While we were talking, he rang her, and she smiled and murmured, over and over, "Yes, dear. Yes, I'm very happy." Then when she hung up, she frowned. You would think that he might have told his mother before he told the press. But this was a rare weakness. Her usual line was, "People are what they are, and you can't change them." Since she had obviously begun life as the sort of Puritan who thought people not only could but must be changed, her later tolerance was doubtless achieved at some cost. As the campaign got going and I began to move up in the polls, it suddenly looked as if, wonder of wonders, Dutchess County might go Democratic in a congressional election for the first time in 50 years. Eleanor became more and more excited. She joined me at a number of meetings. She gave a tea at Valkill for the women workers in the campaign. Just as the women were leaving, the telephone rang, yet again. She spoke a few minutes in a low voice, hung up, said goodbye to the last of the ladies, took me aside for some political counsel was exactly as always, except that tears were streaming down her face. Driving home, I heard on the radio that her favorite granddaughter had just been killed. In the course of the campaign, Eleanor found me a brilliant young man to help out. Allard Lowenstein was then deeply closeted, as they used to say. He was certainly brilliant politically. He slept in the back of an old car, piled high with laundry, books, papers. He was accompanied by a daughter of Hale Boggs, a power in the House of Representatives. But, as always happens with zealot political volunteers, I soon proved to be a disappointment. Although I had attacked J. Edgar Hoover in the New York Herald Tribune some months earlier, I evaded a question about him on the campaign trail, and so failed as White Knight in Al's eyes. He moved on. Nevertheless, we remained on amiable terms over the years, during which he got himself elected to the House for one term, and then got himself murdered by a demented young man, presumably a lover. What did Eleanor feel about Franklin? That is an enigma, and perhaps she herself never sorted it out. He was complex and cold and cruel, so many of her stories of life with him would end, and then I fled from the table in tears. He liked telling her the latest Eleanor stories. His sense of fun was heavy. A romantic biographer thinks that she kept right on loving him to the end. A favorite poem of the two was E.B. Browning's "Unless you can swear for life, for death, oh, fear to call it loving." But I wonder. Certainly, he hurt her mortally in their private relationship. Worse, he often let her down in their public partnership. Yet she respected his cunning even when she deplored his tactics. I wonder, too, how well she understood him. One day she told me about something in his will that had puzzled her. He wanted one side of his coffin to be left open. Well, we hadn't seen the will when he was buried, and of course it was too late when we did read it. But what could he have meant? I knew and told her. He wanted to get back into circulation as quickly as possible, in the rose garden. After all, the Dutch word for rose garden is Roosevelt. She looked at me as if this were the maddest thing she had ever heard. The best years of Eleanor's life were the widowhood. She was on her own, no longer an adjunct to his career. Through her newspaper column, My Day, she continued to exert her influence. Just before the Democratic Convention, I had dinner with her at Alice Dowse's house. We were 4 at table: Mrs. Dowse, Mrs. Roosevelt, her uncle David Gray, our wartime ambassador to Ireland, and myself. Eleanor began, "When Mr. Joe Kennedy came back from London during the war—" David Gray interrupted her. "Damn coward, Joe Kennedy, terrified they were going to drop a bomb on him." Eleanor merely grinned and continued, "Anyway, he came back to Boston and gave that unfortunate interview in which he was, well, somewhat critical of us." She gave me her school-teacher's smile and an aside. "You see, it's a very funny thing, but whatever people say about us, we almost always hear. I don't know how this happens, but it does." I felt uncomfortable, as I meant to convey all this to Jack. David Gray scowled. "Unpleasant fellow, that Joe. Thought he knew everything. Damn coward." "Well, my Franklin said, we better have him down here." We were at Hyde Park, and see what he has to say. So Mr. Kennedy arrived at Rhinecliff on the train, and I met him and took him straight to Franklin. Well, 10 minutes later, one of the aides came and said, "The President wants to see you right away." This was unheard of. So I rushed into the office, and there was Franklin, white as a sheet. He asked Mr. Kennedy to step outside, and then he said, and his voice was shaking, "I never want to see that man again as long as I live." David Gray nodded. "Wanted us to make a deal with Hitler." But Mrs. Roosevelt was not going to get into that. Whatever it was very bad. Then Franklin said, "Get him out of here." And I said, "But dear, you've invited him for the weekend, and we've got guests for lunch, and the train doesn't leave until 2. And Franklin said, Then you drive him around Hyde Park and put him on that train. And I did, and it was the most dreadful 4 hours of my life." She laughed. Then, seriously, "I wonder if the true story of Joe Kennedy will ever be known." Frank Roosevelt, Jr. was openly for Jack, as was Eleanor's favorite labor leader, Walter Reuther. So the three of us converged on Valkill Cottage for a dinner of Rooseveltian horror, all bread, from fried to boiled. Reuther said that Kennedy could be elected and Adlai could not. Frank, rather maliciously, reminded his mother that Adlai had still not responded to her recent plea that he enter the race. "Doesn't sound like such decisive leadership to me." I made my contribution. Whatever Jack's failures in the Senate, he was a friend of Joe McCarthy, while Bobby had worked for the rogue senator. Old Joe Kennedy would certainly have no influence over his administration. She listened to each of us politely. Then she opened her handbag and read a position paper on the subject. Actually, it was her next day's column. It was an even stronger endorsement of Stevenson than before, and a dismissal of Jack. The telephone rang, as it always did at her house, like the messenger in a Greek tragedy, with bad news. A wire service. She listened a moment, then said, "No, I have no comment." She put down the receiver. "Adlai has said, they say, that he will not be a candidate." "Ma, give him up," said Frank. "There's still a chance. Once we're at the convention," Frank groaned. "This Hamlet routine of his." "Well, dear, you must take people as they are. He is what he is." "And that," said Reuther, "is why we don't want him as the candidate." Then we talked of who Jack's vice presidential candidate might be. I have a distinct memory that Reuther said it would be Lyndon Johnson, a name that no one had mentioned so far, even though the Senate Majority Leader was running hard for the nomination. Eleanor thought that Johnson would be an unfortunate choice. What, I wonder now, did Reuther know then that no one else close to Jack even suspected? An interesting mystery. Early in 1960, I had had a long talk with Dick Revere. "Your friend isn't going to be, can't be, nominated." Dick had a large, round, half-bald head, thick glasses, and a mottled red complexion from some sort of eczema. He liked to know more than anyone else, and this time he did know something that I did not. He said he was writing a piece for Esquire, already advertised as Kennedy's Last Chance to be President. I had assumed that this would be one of Dick's either-or pieces about Jack's then-troubling Catholicism. Dick enlightened me with his usual no. "The wife of a friend of mine has Addison's disease." He then nicely explained that this disease breaks down the adrenal system and ends, more soon than late, in death. Anyway, they sent her to the Leahy Clinic in Boston, to the doctor who looked after Kennedy when he was close to dying from Addison's. Apparently, the doctor had invented a new treatment for Kennedy, some kind of pellet under the skin that creates adrenaline, but only for so long, which means that he's not apt to live through the next 4 years. I found all this hard to believe, but Dick was punctilious in such matters. The story was confirmed a few days later when Jack rang me from Washington. The one and only telephone call that I was ever to get from him began with no greeting. "Tell your friend Revere that I don't have Addison's disease. How could I and keep the schedule I do? I did have malaria and was treated for it in Boston." Data, most of it false, was then provided me in staccato bursts. Plainly, as I was connected with Jackie through a common stepfather, I was expected to serve the Kennedys without question. In this case, I did. I spoke to Dick not only of the busyness of Jack's political schedule, but of the intensity of his heroic, and then little-known, promiscuity, no easy thing without a certain amount of adrenaline. In any event, Dick did not want Nixon to be president, did he? No, but finally, I convinced him that Jack was going to be nominated for president in June and that I was absolutely certain, for no reason at all, that he would be elected president, which of course he was, in a close and no more than usually tainted election. Revere did not mention Addison's disease in his piece. I have heard that Revere's good friend and occasional collaborator, Arthur, it all began in the cold, Schlesinger Jr., influenced him. But Arthur was not aboard the Kennedy bandwagon at this time. Not until later in the spring of 1960 did Arthur abandon our lost leader, Adlai Stevenson, in order to carry a spear for Jack. "The greatest betrayal since Judas Iscariot," proclaimed Marilyn Monroe, or was it Mrs. Tom K. Finletter? My next memory, after a collage of speaking trips from one end of the district to the other, is the convention in Los Angeles. I was an alternate delegate chosen by the head of Tammany Hall, Carmine DeSapio, in a complex and entirely undemocratic process that I have never understood. DeSapio himself was a charming Southern Italian who very much wanted to be respectable. Instead, 2 years later, he went to prison when Tammany Hall was wasted by the forces of reform, led by Eleanor Roosevelt. We celebrated that famous victory at Valkill Cottage. Frank Roosevelt was amiably drunk. Eleanor was radiant. Frank had wanted to run for governor, and Carmine had said no, that it wasn't his turn. Frank ran anyway, as a liberal, and lost, with considerable help from Tammany. Eleanor had then stormed the barricades of corruption, with which he and the president had lived so comfortably for so many years, and amazingly, at a wave of her hand, Tammany crashed. We toasted her great victory in the name of reform and civic virtue. Eleanor responded gleefully, "When Mr. DeSapio did what he did to my Franklin, I vowed that I would bide my time, and then, one day, I would get him. And I have." Thus the voice of pure power at its most essential. I found the 1960 convention depressing, possibly because there was no longer any real contest. It was clear that Jack would win. Even so, Eleanor was a gallant figure. She appeared on the platform and shook her finger at the delegates for not supporting Stevenson. She was received politely, but no more. Meanwhile, the candidates were making the rounds of the various delegations. I recalled Jack, looking a bit dazed, coming to our New York delegation. He had a prepared spiel, which he rushed through. After all, Carmine had already delivered him New York. Lyndon Johnson was more interesting than Jack. He worked us over thoroughly. He assured us that his recent heart attack had not been all that serious, but he did confess that, at one point in the hospital, he and Ladybird had debated whether or not to go ahead and buy a blue suit that he had picked out just before the attack. We decided to buy it because, one way or the other, I'd get some wear out of it. He made some guarded allusions to Jack's health. I decided that I would make a contribution to history by taking over Romanoff's restaurant so that the New York delegation could meet Hollywood, as well as those candidates who wanted to drop by. Several hundred movie people and politicians came together. Norman Mailer sat, morosely, at the bar. "What's wrong?" I asked. "You're too successful," he said. Then the voice-to-be of the National Rifle Association, Chuck Heston, and I greeted each other with extreme unction. Gary Cooper wanted to meet Tammany Hall. My only conversation with Lyndon Johnson took place in front of Romanoff's, and though I am 6 feet tall, it was a most unpleasant experience to have his huge head leaning down into my face as he again explained why he was the only one who could defeat Nixon in the fall. On the day that Jack was nominated, I had ambulatory pneumonia. That is, I was feeling odd and didn't know what was wrong. Before I consulted a doctor, I dropped in on Oscar Levant, the greatest hypochondriac I knew. In pajamas, Oscar was practicing at the piano. He wanted to know everything about the convention. The day before, he had finally got dressed in order to meet Jack at a reception. Jack said that he had heard a lot about me from old Joe, which is true. We used to have lunch together in New York, but when I told Jack that his father had always said that I was the only Jew he could stand, He jumped 2 feet in the air and bolted across the room, saying, "I don't want to hear another word." I went back to the convention hall just after the final vote. I stood with Arthur Schlesinger and Ken Galbraith as the applause and shouting kept on and on. Jack's ghostwriter, Ted Sorensen, passed us and made the bullseye sign with thumb and forefinger. It was over. Or begun. Whatever the candidate was doing that night, we had not been invited to share the victory with him, and so I took Arthur and Ken to the Luau in Beverly Hills, a Polynesian restaurant with a huge ship's wheel in front. "This is the ship of state," shouted Ken, and tried to turn the wheel, to the right, let me say, for the symbolically inclined, but as the wheel was permanently moored, he broke off several spokes. Later, awash in rum, we spoke of great matters. Among them, which of us would tell Jack to stop saying, "between you and I." We were all expected to write acceptance speeches, but I was too ill to come up with anything, so I took my pneumonia home to the Hudson Valley, where I had a lot of explaining to do about the immoral Hollywood party that I had given. As I made the rounds of the district, I was staking out a number of positions that, I had been warned, would be unpopular, but they proved not to be. Mrs. Roosevelt always said that if you take the time to explain yourself, people might be persuaded to vote for their own interests. But when I spoke for the admission of Red China to the United Nations, Eleanor was alarmed. "If you say that, always add that they must first live up to the UN Charter." I worked out a plan so that those who did not want to be drafted into the armed forces could work for a year or two around the country in whatever capacity might be useful. This idea was very attractive, and later in the campaign, Jack took it over as his own. Eventually, it became the Peace Corps, a useful secret arm of the national security state, the last thing that I had had in mind. I also came out for federal aid to education, a sign that I was a pro- or crypto-red. The incumbent made much of this. He finally debated me in his county of Schoharie. The dairy interests were powerful in that section, and I had to learn, rather quickly, all about milk marketing orders, a subject far from my heart. As the milk producers were few though passionate and rich, I responded to threats that they would do me in if milk was not properly subsidized by saying that I was essentially the consumer's candidate, and consumers outnumbered dairymen by a vast number. Then, innocently, I wondered aloud whether or not these subsidies were, well, socialist. If so, we had achieved socialism for the rich and free enterprise for the poor. I lost Schoharie, but I carried all the cities, where most, if not a majority, of the votes were. Jack came to Hyde Park to make his peace with Mrs. Roosevelt. The advance man, Richard Goodwin, introduced himself to me, and I put him up at the house. As I later observed of Goodwin, he is an Iago in permanent pursuit of an Othello. When Jackie complained to me that there was no one on Jack's staff that she could talk to, I said she should get to know Goodwin. "But he's so ugly." I said that those great Byzantine eyes might grow on her, and that he was very bright. I was duly punished by fate for bringing him to her attention. I had written Jack at length on what to expect from Mrs. Roosevelt. She was by no means happy with his nomination, but she would soldier on. I think I explained the influence on her of an odd couple called Gurevich. He was some sort of doctor with a Rasputin complex. Just before Jack arrived at the Hyde Park airport, Gurevich said, portentously, "This meeting for Mr. Kennedy is the most important meeting of his life. I hope he understands that." I said that I thought he could rise to the occasion. As Jack's plane landed, the flower of Dutchess County's Democratic Party was on hand. The plane door opened, and a lovely stewardess looked out. An instant later, a long arm pulled her back inside, and the nominee appeared, beaming and brisk. I met him at the foot of the steps, gave him a quick briefing on Valkill Cottage. He asked me for any speeches I might have lying around. "We're getting short of words." Then, at great risk to his back, we helped him onto a fuel barrel so that he could address the crowd. Later, into a microphone, he endorsed me for Congress as a relation of my wife who had vigor, the key word that year. As it proved, the first poll showed that I was running ahead of Jack. This meant that the more I identified with him, the fewer votes I would get. I downplayed my connection with the national campaign, which led to my first row with Jack's brother Bobby. Jack's lunch with Eleanor went well. Neither ever liked the other, but politicians make arrangements with each other that transcend personal feelings. Jack thought she was envious of his father because his children had turned out so supremely well and hers had not, to say the least. I told him that was not the way her mind worked. Unfortunately, that was the way his mind always worked. Everyone must envy the Kennedys, who had everything, because, as he too famously put it, life is unfair. I thought even then that, excepting him, the family was pretty deplorable, while the father belonged in jail along with his close friend Frank Costello. In fact, once a week, until Joe's stroke, the boss of the mob and the president's father had dinner together in the Central Park South Kennedy apartment. An ancient teamster would give each a massage first, and sometimes he would stay on to dinner. Once, he reported their conversation to the producer Ray Stark, who told me, but now denies the story. Of course, Joe made no secret of his underworld connections, unavoidable for a man who had cornered the Scotch whiskey market. Predictably, because of the city and the pillar, journalists were amazed that I dared run for office. They did not realize that their sort of inside gossip was almost impossible to transmit to the public in those days. If one had not been in a courtroom, there was nothing to talk about. More to the point, I had been visible to the public for years on national television, and the people were comfortable with me, if not with my politics. Nonetheless, the New York Times was becoming deeply alarmed at what looked, as of August, to be a victory for me. Earlier in the year, the Sunday Times editor Lester Markel ordered an all-out attack on The Best Man, which was still playing to full houses. He canvassed 5 writers. One was Dick Revere, who warned me about the putative axe job. Finally, Douglas Cater wrote a mild attack on the novel Advise and Consent and my play. But this was not enough for the Times. More drastic action was needed. The thought that I might be elected was sufficient cause for a jihad. Ordinarily, the Times did not cover congressional elections so far north of the city, but an exception was now made in the case of the 29th District, and a Mr. Ira Freeman was sent to interview me. "I don't know anything about politics," he giggled. He did a good deal of giggling. Although he had no interest in politics, he knew that he had been sent to wield the axe. He describes my blue eyes, they are brown. My chain-smoking, I have never smoked. How the dog licked the Chateau d'Yquem off my fingers, a Baroque touch, since the dog did no licking, and I don't drink Chateau d'Yquem. It was a pretty good smear job in the best Times tradition. Although he steered clear of any politics, he did describe, disapprovingly, the way that I made audiences laugh, and he compared me, not unfavorably, with a stand-up comic of the day, Mort Saul. Smudged photocopies of this piece were spread thinly about the district, inspiring a local attack. A super-patriot father and son put out a gossipy weekly. They were ever alert to the twin and allied sins of communism and sodomy. The vigorous father was also conducting an affair with his son's handsome wife. After a couple of their attacks on me, I took to the radio in their county. When asked if I had got any ideas for a novel or play during my campaign, I said, "Yes, as a matter of fact, I do have an idea. Oh, it's a bit on the fantastic side, but I'm drawn to fantasy. Let's imagine there's an old scoundrel posing as a super-patriot who seduces his son's wife, and—" There was a wave of delighted laughter across the county, and my name appeared no more in that weekly paper. Harry S. Truman came to Poughkeepsie to endorse the ticket, and I introduced him to a cheering audience. "Hope I haven't done you any harm," was his last remark to me as I helped him into his car. He was larger in life than in photographs, with a big, unfinished-looking sort of head. As of 1960, none of us knew anything about the national security state that he had inaugurated. He was still a hero to many, myself included. Jack had worked him over beautifully, and he was now coming to the aid of the party. 4 years later, however, when Truman was asked to support Bobby for the presidency, on the ground that Bobby had really changed from the old McCarthyite Torquemada, Truman said, "You know, you always get told in politics how some son of a bitch has really changed, but I've found in life that no one ever changes, except maybe for the worse." On All Hallows' Eve at Saugerties Landing in Ulster County, the director of Jack's New York campaign, Bobby Kennedy, arrived 2 hours late for a rally. The audience had gone home, except for a few children in Halloween costumes, blowing horns. Bobby rattled his way through a speech that consisted mostly of the word brother. The children dispersed. He turned to me and snarled, "Why don't you ever mention the ticket?" "I don't mention the ticket," I said, annoyed as always by his tone, "because I want to win." Thus an enemy was made. I have since read that the two people Bobby most hated, a rare distinction because he hated so many people, were the head of the Teamsters Union, Jimmy Hoffa, and me. Jean spent election night with me in Poughkeepsie. Elaine Dundee was also on hand. We heard the returns in Joe Hawkins's Poughkeepsie office. At first, as the city vote came in, I was ahead, but then the countryside was heard from. I lost by 20,000 votes, while Kennedy got 20,000 votes fewer than I did. I later liked to remind him that had he not been at the head of the ticket, I would have won. As it was, I carried the cities of Poughkeepsie, Beacon, Kingston, Hudson, and Catskill. This made me, after the Democratic congressman from Schenectady, the biggest Democratic vote-getter in the Republican north of the state. 2 years later, I was offered the nomination for Senate by the city bosses of Albany and Buffalo and the new head of Tammany, Mike Prendergast. Joe Hawkins was eager for me to take the nomination, and Prendergast even came up to Edgewater to ask me to run. But I didn't see how I could beat the incumbent, Jack Javits, a very smooth operator indeed, who appealed as much to Democrats as to Republicans. I wrote Eleanor. What did she think I should do? I received a wan note. "I have not the wisdom to tell you." Shortly after, she was dead of tuberculosis of the blood, a lifelong condition, never properly diagnosed. I declined the nomination. The party lost again. Earlier, Eleanor had wondered if we might persuade Ed Murrow, a popular television figure, to run. Murrow sent back word, no. I did not get to talk to him until the day of Eleanor's funeral at St. James's Church in Hyde Park, where I was asked to take in Agnes Meyer, wife of Eugene, who had bought and recreated the Washington Post. As we sat in our pew, the 33rd, the 34th, the 35th, and the 36th Presidents of the United States passed by us, not to mention all the remaining figures of the Roosevelt era who had assembled for her funeral. Unlike the golden figures in Proust's last chapter, they all looked, if not smaller than life, smaller than legend, so many shrunken March of Time dolls, soon to be put away. After the service, outside the church, I found myself standing next to Ed Murrow. He had a constant cough, which made the cold air steam. I turned to him. "Mrs. R. and I always wondered why you said no to the Senate race. You could have won." Murrow gave me a gray, hard look. "You must understand, I don't like people. Neither did my grandfather, and he was very useful to them in politics. But I really don't like them." Thus spake the Coriolanus of the Columbia Broadcasting System. The 4 Roosevelt sons then passed us, supporting their mother's coffin. The smell of alcohol was overwhelming. I suddenly thought of Rilke's line, "You must change your life." I must, I vowed. I would go to Rome, or to Athens, and write Julian. For over 30 years I have kept, unread, some notes that I made in the late summer of 1961. They are typed on pale green, flimsy paper that Howard borrowed from his employers, Lever Brothers. I used the same paper for the first draft of The Best Man. There are still some sheets left. I sometimes fantasize that if I were to write on them today, I would be transported from now to then. At the top of page 1, JFK, August 27th, 1961, Hyannisport. What was I doing up there? Losing weight at nearby Provincetown. In those days, I used to sequester myself in some unappealing place in order to diet, see no one, work. Pre-cocaine Miami was a favorite retreat. I checked into a Provincetown motel called the Moors. A week or two before, Khrushchev had put up the Berlin Wall. There was talk of war. I assumed that Jack and Jackie would be in Washington during the crisis. To my surprise, they both arrived for the weekend. I sent them a souvenir plate with their portraits luridly rendered and a note addressed to Lancer and Lace. They're not inappropriate code names. I promptly got an alarmed call from the head of the Secret Service, an amiable man whom I had met before at the White House. He was relieved that I was the sender. Then Jackie rang with an invitation to dinner. I drove a rented car to their house. Since my last visit, the area had been fenced in. There were guardhouses at intervals. A police car stopped me. What was I doing there? I said that I was on my way to dinner. This was considered hilarious. Several telephone calls. Did they use walkie-talkies then? As I write, I have the sense that I could just as well be describing a call on the Garfields. Then I was admitted to the Imperial Redoubt. The first line of the first green page, arrived 7:30 for dinner. House unchanged since before election. Jackie at bar in a pair of capri pants and windbreaker from water skiing. She was making daiquiris. Embrace. Into living room from porch bar. This, by the way, is standard screenplay exposition, waiting to be magically dramatized by, what else? A director's art. It is always a delicate matter when a friend or acquaintance becomes president. Ease must be maintained, yet one may not call him by his first name or walk ahead of him into a room. There is also the transformation of a familiar politician into an acronym, in this case, JFK, which always sounded to me like an effort on Jack's part to become instant history by putting everyone in mind of FDR, the enduring nemesis of his astonishing father. One must earn one's acronym, I remember thinking sternly. Or have a name so long, D.D. Eisenhower, F.D. Roosevelt, that the press is obliged to shorten it to FDR or Ike. Jack was overconscious of his relative youth. Although in America 43 is considered young for a president, it is early middle age for a man. Certainly, to me, 7 years younger, Jack seemed, and indeed was, mildly decrepit. He moved stiffly when he did not limp painfully from a bad back. War wound was the official line, touch football the reality. Curious, mused the sardonic Eugene McCarthy, it was always touch football with the Kennedys, never the real thing. Jack's skin was a curious bronze color that at first looked to be the result of a suntan, but then, when one caught the odd yellow glint, it looked like makeup. Actually, the color was a manifestation of Addison's disease. I now begin to feel a slight stirring of memory as I try to flesh out and color this scene that lies so flat on the page, all black and white, like an old newsreel. Color? The light at Hyannisport in August is more white than summer gold or winter silver. At least I can recall the light of 30 years ago, but who are these people? What are they doing? Who was wearing what? When I see photographs of all of us as we were, I am struck, yes, by how young we are. Also at how unconvincing we are in our roles. Or is that excessive hindsight? Hyannis living room. JFK in chinos, blue shirt, looking trim. £172 before I got here and started eating Jackie's meals. Well, there is a bit of specific description. Blue shirt, and his weight, the same as mine. Since one tends to recall only pictures of the long dead, let me show him as I saw him up close in April of that year. I wrote for an English paper, "Kennedy looks older than his photographs. The outline is slender and youthful, but the face is heavily lined for his age. On the upper lip are those tiny vertical lines characteristic of a more advanced age. He is usually tanned from the sun, while his hair is what lady novelists call chestnut, beginning to go gray. His eyes are very odd. They are, I think, a murky, opaque blue, interested, as Gertrude Stein once said of Hemingway's eyes. Not interesting. They give an impression of flatness, while long blonde eyelashes screen expression at will. His stubby boy fingers tend to drum nervously on tables, on cups and glasses. He is immaculately dressed, although occasional white chest hairs curl over his collar. Warm, brief greeting, return to his chair, usually a rocking chair to relieve his aching back. He was reading a letter from de Gaulle to Mrs. Chuck Spaulding. That is my shorthand, of course. The General had written the President, not Mrs. Spaulding, and Jack was reading her a translation of the letter. I have little recollection of the Chuck Spauldings. I do recall that they were family friends, not courtiers or employees, two groups to be avoided at Camelot unless one was on the make. The first play that Jack saw after his election was The Best Man. He went with Spaulding. From stage left, just back of the proscenium arch, I watched Jack's face as he watched the play from first row center. The sexual indiscretions of one of the presidential candidates caused him to blink and glance quickly at Chuck. The audience laughed. The president-elect, or erect, as we privately called him, grinned. Although his promiscuity was known to court and press, the public was excluded from such irrelevancies in those civilized days. After all, he would soon be exhorting them to bear any burden, so that freedom, or something, might prevail in a twilight time. I wonder who thought up that last phrase. I do know that he liked it far too much. But then his own fragile health was itself a kind of premature twilight, so why not share it? Cuba, Laos, Berlin, Vietnam, he would keep us in permanent crisis. Better night than twilight? Jack continued to read de Gaulle's letter. As he read, his hand started to saw the air, and the voice started to fall into the rhythmic cadence of stump speaking. He was delighting in the rhetoric, especially a triad, negotiations on what field, to what end, to what further provocation. De Gaulle was referring to a possible meeting with Khrushchev over what Jack had proclaimed was not so much a Berlin crisis as a world crisis. In response to Jack's escalation of anti-Soviet rhetoric, combined with the reconstitution of Germany as a military power, Khrushchev had put up the Berlin Wall, thus, as we now know, carefully avoiding war. In any case, Jack's Cuban debacle of April, how close together all these crises were, was being erased by the Berlin crisis of July. We also now know that Jack had secretly decided to go to war with the Soviet Union if access to Berlin was denied us, hence the somber tone of de Gaulle's letter. When Jackie and I talked on the telephone before I came to dinner, I had joked that if war was to start now, the president would be the first to get blown up, so why not meet in neutral nearby Provincetown, far, far from the spectacular nuclear fallout at the compound? "We can all go together," she said serenely. Then, not so serenely, "It's a terrible thing to realize that all the children will be dead too." I thought her overacting, but Jack was indeed bringing us to the brink. He wanted to win, not play at, the Cold War. Jack repeated the triad, aesthetically pleased, wondered what the French word for field was in this case. He did not remark on the content of the letter, warning him not to meet Khrushchev during the present crisis. Earlier in the year, de Gaulle had predicted that Jack's June meeting with Khrushchev at Vienna would be a disaster. He had been right. Later, de Gaulle remarked to a friend that Jack's general demeanor on the international stage was rather like that of an elegant hairdresser combing his way through a lady's hair. Joined by Jackie and Chuck Spaulding, discussion of de Gaulle. Much admiration, non-committal, however, on the effect of the letter. Bobby Kay entered in a vivid orange shirt, looking very slender, very young, the usual cold greeting. Jack and I talk in political code. As always, the politician's message is not in the word spoken, but what is unsaid. Jack: what did you think of Rockefeller's reverse on foreign aid? It had happened the day before, and I hadn't seen it. Jack remarked on Rockefeller's waffling. Cowardice. I guessed that he was trying to get some Goldwater votes. Jack wished I would do my long-promised piece on Rockefeller. When I finally did get around to Nelson Rockefeller, it was in a piece proposed by Esquire called The Best Man, 1968. The assumption was that Jack would serve 2 terms, then it would probably be Rockefeller versus Bobby. This was published in 1963, when the family's dynastic plan was unknown to the public. Although I was supposed to have written the piece out of pique at Bobby, the idea was not mine, but the editor's. As it turned out, I found nothing to praise in either candidate. Later, during the Vietnam War, Bobby uncharacteristically approved of the International Red Cross's plan to send blood to our mortal enemy, the Viet Cong. When attacked for this, Bobby replied, "I didn't say send blood to the Viet Cong, I said send gore." At the end, he had clever writers. Jack was obsessed with Rockefeller as a rival. People who knew him around Washington always say he's a fine guy, but muddle-headed. Stupid, I said more precisely. Stupid, said Jack. Talked of New York. I had just been offered the Democratic nomination for Senate in 1962. I told Jack that I had turned it down. What did I think of Congressman Sam Stratton for the Senate race? I said, a lightweight, unknown outside Schenectady. I proposed Thomas J. Watson, Jr., president of IBM, and a surprise Kennedy supporter. Great, said Jack, only he's from Connecticut. Even so, Jack conceded that he was a possibility, and could have been with enough preparation. No, said Jack, what we need is a silk-stocking Jew, like Orville Dreyfus. As it turned out, the party lost yet again with a wool-sock Irish Catholic named Donovan. Bobby wanted to see the McCloy note. What could that have been? A Republican, John J. McCloy, was the president's disarmament advisor. A year or so later, Richard Revere wrote a spoof called The American Establishment, a production of the Edgewater Institute. Revere sent up those who think, mistakenly in his own mistaken view, that the United States has a ruling class, and he placed John J. McCloy at the head of what was to him a mythical establishment. I now read that McCloy was pretty much a dove in the White House aviary of hawks. In April, he had been appalled by the Bay of Pigs. In June, Jack had had his unpleasant meeting with Khrushchev at Vienna. Khrushchev wanted total disarmament, as opposed to Kennedy's meager ban on nuclear testing, so devised that each side could cheat. It seems clear now that the Russians wanted to settle their accounts with us and move from war to peace, but Jack was not about to let twilight turn to peaceful evening if it meant that, in the process, he would be reduced from potential warrior god to mere Chester A. Arthur. McCloy was with Khrushchev in Russia at the time of Jack's July Berlin crisis speech. Khrushchev was furious. The speech, he said, was a preliminary declaration of war. On the face of it, Jack was sounding tough, largely to make American voters forget the Bay of Pigs. He rattled the nuclear saber loudly and proposed something that even Eisenhower had not dreamed of: nuclear bomb shelters for civilians. According to a recent biography, McCloy was secretly pleased when the Berlin Wall went up, because it meant that Khrushchev was in retreat, and that he had tacitly accepted the principle of two Germanys. Even so, I am still trying to figure out what the McCloy note of August 21st might have contained. Bobby took the letter from Jack and went off into a corner and read it. I have a vivid memory of the two furry heads together, a lamp back of them, as they murmured to each other in silhouette. It is chilling to think that all our lives were in their callow hands. Then joined by Pat and Peter Lawford. They were staying in one of the other houses. Since Joe Kennedy had exiled the singer Frank Sinatra from the Holy Family, Sinatra was alleged to have met those underworld figures that Joe had done business with all his life. Peter was Jack's plenipotentiary to the girls of Hollywood. But then all Jack's Hollywood connections were put to use. Jack would ask me endless questions about the availability of this or that star, availability not in the emotional but in the logistical sense. Since my own approach to sex was not unlike Jack's, I have never been shocked, as people still appear to be, by his promiscuity. But I have had the occasional impression that Jack's sexual success might possibly have been a source of envy in others. Certainly, Jack himself always blamed any attack on him or his family as being motivated by envy. Remote as he was from the lives of ordinary Americans, he may have grasped this aspect of the national character all too well. Jack turned to Caroline, who was passing around canapes. "Buttons, you want to dance for us?" Jack snapped his fingers and wriggled in his chair. She giggled and shook her head. I looked at his hands and noticed, as always, how young they are. The hands of an adolescent. No veins, no discoloring, pink, stubby, smooth fingers. He is also given to shaking trousers and self in a provocative way. General talk. I gave JFK the commentary piece on the John Birch Society. That I would give commentary to anyone now seems positively mythical. He wondered how anybody could believe the nonsense the Birchers put out. When I said that 10% of the American people did, he said, with weary expertise, "When it comes to polls, 10% will favor anything they're asked." He glanced at the piece professionally, skipped to the end, and said, "Well, I don't agree with this," and quoted a severe criticism of the Kennedy administration as not liberal, dispirited. Went into a hot tirade against the liberals, especially in economics. "I just wish they'd tell me what they want me to do. We're limited by resources and also by Congress." Then he answered his own question. "Of course, I know what they want. A deficit of $7 billion. Well, they should be happy. Berlin is going to cost us $3.5 billion, and that will just do the trick, all the pump priming they want." Jack asked directly about my political future. I said it was in abeyance, though I still kept an eye on the district. As a professional politician, Jack knew exactly who had got how many votes in every district in the country. "The most humiliating experience of the election," he would say, "was Gore running 20,000 ahead of me in upstate New York, and, true recollected pain, Claiborne Pell running for the Senate, 1 million ahead of me in Rhode Island." Years later, I told Pell this story. He smiled demurely and said that, yes, he knew that Jack never could understand how someone like himself could so outdo a regular fellow like Jack. Pell had come from the diplomatic service, from the New England aristocracy, from the more discreet watering holes of Sodom. Although Jack had acquired a number of fag friends, as Bobby called them, the subject always made the Hearty family giggle. Jack and Bobby used to argue over which of them had first thought to call James Baldwin Martin Luther Queen. The artist-warrior Bill Walton, he liberated Paris while his friend Hemingway freed the bar of the Ritz, was easily the best of the many influences on Jack and Jackie. A rollicking roughneck with aesthetic tastes, he wanted nothing for himself other than to be amused, which he was by court life. Occasionally, he would assert himself. When builders threatened to tear down most of the houses around Lafayette Park, he hustled the president into declaring the houses national monuments. "Probably the only thing," said Jack dryly, "that this administration will be remembered for." Bill told me that when perennial bachelor columnist Joe Alsop got married at mid-administration, a supposed sacrifice to his idol Jack, the president had said, "Now, if we can only get Bill and Gore married off." Jack and Spaulding, both impressed by my reduction of the Republican plurality, ought to run again. I said 62 would be bad. Jack agreed. He had given up on New York. Bloodbath ahead for the Democrats with Rockefeller as governor and the unbeatable Senator Javits. Although Jack is referring to the midterm congressional election, his pessimism also reflected his own worries about his re-election in 1964. As it turned out, I was offered the congressional nomination that year in what we had made a safe seat, but I turned it down. I was a novelist again, and had no desire to go to what Jack used to call that can of worms, the House of Representatives. Also, by 1964, Jack was dead. Non sequitur. "I can beat Goldwater," he told me, "but Nelson's something else." Rockefeller had not yet ended his political career by exchanging an old wife for a new one who was not only Catholic, with children, but married to one of his employees. The American woman never forgave Rockefeller, to his surprise. Mine, too. If only Jack had lived another year in order to witness Nelson Rockefeller being booed at the Cow Palace in San Francisco by the Republican delegates. I was there and heard the leathery Bakke scream, "Lover! Lover!" There, but for the grace of God, I can hear Jack mutter from beyond the grave, "Go I." But Jack did point out that individual candidates are a law unto themselves, particularly when well financed by family money like the Rockefellers. Kennedys, too. Cited examples of bucking trends. Spaulding made a reference to a television program on left versus right that I had done with John Crosby. To my surprise, Jack had seen it too. All I remember now is that I was faced with a hot-eyed true believer. But then there were so many television programs in those days, and I moved like a blur through the lot, remembering nothing, including myself on those rare occasions when someone shows me an ancient kinescope or tape. We discussed the frenzy of the far right, which he took a lot less seriously than I. I teased Jack that I might have won if only I had come out for Nixon. He was not sure how to take this. He did note that I had not supported him in the race. This was doubtless Bobby's version of what I'd said to him the previous Halloween. Jack was delighted by my June piece in Life, written in the form of a conversation between myself, a liberal, and the conservative Senator Barry Goldwater. The far right had been so outraged by the piece that after the publisher, Harry Luce, complimented the editor, he said, "I also never want to see anything like that again in life." I told Jack about my piece on the future of conservatism to balance Buckley Jr.'s piece on the future of liberalism. I said that I wanted to change the terms, making Kennedy a conservative and Goldwater a reactionary. A sharp retort from Jack. He was liberal. He would only accept the conservative label in the sense that FDR might have used it. Very touchy about this. Just talk to Eisenhower if you want to meet a real conservative. You feel it in him right to the core. Then he complained that Eisenhower was still a sacred cow. No one could touch him. Jack looked at me hopefully. Maybe you could. When Senator Kennedy first met Eisenhower, the general kept addressing him crisply as Kennedy, as if I was a junior officer or something. On the other hand, Eisenhower was the first president Jackie had met. I was so overcome, I felt I should curtsy. Bobby returned from his corner with the McCloy report. Cryptic exchange. Jack, nice? Bobby, yes, but too nice. Why to him? Possible reference to a letter that Jackie had told me about, from Khrushchev, suddenly temperate. As I write these lines 30 years later, I realize that only the smallest tip of that vast glacier, the national security state, was ever on view even to the interested press. Also, when I check these old notes with later revelations, I realize how little understanding any of us had of what was actually going on at the time. We had been carefully conditioned to believe that the gallant, lonely USA was, on every side, beleaguered by the Soviet Union, a monolithic omnipotency. We now know that they were weak and reactive while we were strong and provocative. Once Jack had inherited the make-believe war against communism in general, and the Soviet in particular, he proceeded, unknown to all but a few, to change the rules of the game. He was about to turn Truman's pseudo-war into a real war. He was going to fight, somewhere, anywhere. Cuba had gone wrong. At Vienna, Laos had been marginalized as a place of no essential interest to us or to the Soviet. Yet in June and July of 1961, Jack had called for a $3.5 billion military appropriation to deal with what he termed the Berlin crisis. As we gossiped in that spare white beach house, Jack had just acquired the powers to call up 250,000 reservists. He could also mobilize 2 army divisions, as well as 54 air squadrons. During Jack's brief reign, military spending rose $17 billion above that of the Eisenhower years, constituting, according to the historian C.N. Degler, one of the largest and swiftest buildups of military power in history. Although Jack had claimed in the campaign that there was a missile gap between the United States and the Soviet Union, the gap proved to be in our favor, as he later admitted. So the buildup was simply to get us ready for a serious war somewhere or other. The venue was of minor importance, glory all-important, but glory for whom? Since politicians say what their auditor wants to hear, Jack made the $3.5 billion military buildup sound to me like so much pump priming for liberals, a group he deeply despised. No one can be liberal enough for the New York Post, he used to say. But then the speed with which so many liberals abandoned Stevenson to join him was a source of his amused contempt as he himself went about courting conservatives like John J. McCloy. I am looking at all this in retrospect, that is, in history, where the agreed-upon facts are not as numerous as professional historians like to think, obliging them to fictionalize anew those official fictions that have been agreed upon by altogether too many too interested parties, each with his own 1,000 days in which to set up his own misleading pyramids and obelisks that purport to tell sun time. Reminiscing of the campaign, Jack asked if I had read Teddy White's book, The Making of the President. Jack talked about how good White was on the Wisconsin primary. Jack and Spaulding discussed the horror of Wisconsin. Jackie chimed in, a hateful place. Apparently the people were rude and apathetic. Jack wondered why. Jackie told of going into supermarkets with cameras following in her wake, and how she'd stalk a desperate woman who would do anything to escape shaking hands. Same treatment outside factories. No interest in the election. School kids even worse. Spaulding described how Bobby had spoken at one high school, got no response. He asked if anyone could name the state's governor. No one could. The representative? The senator? Nothing. Much wriggling about. Finally, Bobby could take it no longer. This is the worst school I ever saw. You don't know, you don't care, and it's also the first school where I've seen boys holding hands with boys. We all laughed. Jack asked, "He said what?" Spaulding repeated the story. Jack shook his head. "I'll be damned." Spaulding then told how, as Bobby was leaving, one cretinous boy came up to him and said, "Your brother really running for president?" Between Bobby's primitive religion and his family's ardent struggle ever upward from Irish bog, He was more than usually skewed, not least by his own homosexual impulses, which Nureyev once told me were very much in the air on at least one occasion when they were together. "Nothing happened," said Rudy, "but we did share young soldier once. American soldier. Boy not lie? Maybe." Rudy gave his Totter grin, very much aware, first-hand, of the swirls of gossip that envelop the conspicuous. Yet anyone who has 11 children must be trying to disprove, something other than the ability to surpass his father as incontinent breeder. Once Jackie, Bill Walton, and I were contemplating the phenomenon of Bobby's fecundity. "Catholicism?" I proposed. Jackie sighed. "Ethel used to have a bleeding heart of Jesus on nearly every wall." "But," said Bill, trying to be fair, "they do fit so well together, like two very small end tables." Anyway, the Spaulding story was yet another bit of evidence in the case that I was, quite unconsciously at the time, making against Bobby. Now, I am aware of another side to him as I contemplate all that family pressure brought to bear on what must have been a delicate psyche, and pressure right to the end and after. As Bobby was dying in Los Angeles, a sister rang their mother to report on his condition. Rose's response was swift. "Now, Teddy must run." For crude Rose, this world is just a staging area for that great touch football field in the sky, where all the lads will be reunited forever. Although, according to the strict ground rules of Rose's faith, if Father Joe was going to be in on the game, the playing field would have to be located somewhere below rather than above. Jack pondered the mystery of Wisconsin, home to the La Follettes and to his ex-friend and Bobby's mentor, Joe McCarthy. In Massachusetts, Jack could tell one school group from another without being warned. There would be these awful kids picking their faces and holding hands with their girls, and then there'd be a group from a school a mile away, and they'd be full of zip. I brought up minimum academic standards. He thought that impossible. States' rights argument. "Much joking about Lawford's weight. He is off to do a picture about D-Day. He's to play Lord Somebody, a friend of Jack's." "You're too fat," said Jack. The Lawfords left. We go into dinner, 4. Spaulding and I remain standing while Jack is outside saying goodbye to Sister Pat. When he comes into the dining room, Mrs. Spaulding stands too. Very informal, but the fact is acknowledged. Cold Spanish soup, lobster, moose. As always, Jack is curious about theater, movies. How much do I make for writing a picture? How do I get to keep it from the government? I don't. Jack would bring down the 90% maximum tax to 60%. Will my new play be a success? A sudden jolting remark, reminding me that in the world of power the only criterion is, will it work now? Jackie asks Jack to tell me the plot he had thought of for a movie. He says he has only the beginning. He gets into the White House elevator in the morning, the one that takes the president down from the private apartment to the main floor. The camera cuts to his office, and there is Lyndon. Where is the president? No one knows. He grins. It's just Lyndon and Sam Rayburn, then. I must say these lines certainly come as a shock. But then I have never looked at them since the day they were typed. Obviously, Jack had a coup on his mind, a Texas coup. Vice President Lyndon Johnson and Speaker of the House Rayburn were both Texans. Assassination was often on Jack's mind. He was fatalistic. If the assassin is willing to die, it couldn't be simpler. Once, at a horse show where we were obliged to sit together for an hour because Jackie had promised her horsey friends that she would deliver the president, I said how easy it would be for someone to shoot him in that vast indoor track. Except, I added, they'll probably miss you and hit me. No great loss, he said. Then he asked me if I had read Edgar Wallace's 24 Hours. I had not. He told me the plot. A British Prime Minister has been warned that he has exactly 24 hours to live. He is locked inside Downing Street and surrounded by guards. Midnight, the hour of his death comes. Nothing happens. See? He is delighted. All that fuss for nothing. The phone rings. He answers it. And, said Jack with quiet satisfaction, he is electrocuted. Was it the knowledge that he was probably not going to live very long in any case that made him preoccupied with assassination? Since he had been ill so much of his life, I suspect that if he had been forced to choose between a bullet in Dallas and a long, painful death in bed, he would have taken the first exit. In the British Sunday Telegraph, April 9, 1961, I wrote, "Despite his youth, Kennedy may very well not survive. A matter, one suspects, of no great concern to him. He is fatalistic about himself. His father recalls with a certain awe that when his son nearly died during the course of a spinal operation, he maintained a complete serenity. If he was meant to die at that moment, he would die, and complaint was useless." I am no believer in dreams as portents, but not long after this conversation, I dreamed, in color, of Jackie, all in pink, weeping and saying, "What will become of me now?" That dream was still on my mind when I was ordered by the White House to take Rose, I am the President's mother, Kennedy, to the opening of the Metropolitan Opera House. In the entr'acte, I wondered if too much good fortune might not entail some sort of nemesis. She was cold. Let them enjoy it while they can. Onassis, on the other hand, believed in the old gods. As we stared from his ship in Venice, "Why not buy this place," he mused, "and save it, and make money, too?" He suddenly said, "Those two are in for bad luck." Talk immediately shifted to the recent resignation of President Quadros in Brazil. Quadros had been a reform civilian candidate in a military-dominated country. Shortly after his election, he resigned. On a visit to Brazil a few years ago, I was told why. The military wanted to rule through him, and he had said no, and that was that. But we, I, that is, had no idea of any of this in August 1961. Jack irritated. He had no right to go just because it got tough. Jack also resented Quadros's reference to outside influences, helping to pressure him, meaning, some thought, the United States. That's absolutely wrong. If there was any place we ever played it, straight, it was Brazil. The loan, buttering him up. No complaints about his foreign policy. Then he does this, and now there'll be a military dictatorship. Jack scowled. I have often played this speech back in my head, one of the few bits of dialogue that I was never to forget, a glimpse, as it were, of the rest of the iceberg. Any place we ever played it, straight. Since Jack constantly complained about enemies real and imagined in government and press, I suggested that he might be the first president to say, "Sorry, it's just too much. Goodbye." He laughed. It was tempting, but one did not do that, like Quadros. Talk of Fellini's new movie, La Dolce Vita. Jack liked the scene of the aristocrats in the house at night, and also the scene where a woman talks to her lover, whispering into a corner, as a man comes and takes her away. I made the point that Fellini had created a realistic mosaic, but, slyly exploiting Anglo-Saxon Puritanism, he pretended that this was decadence when it was only life as it is lived. Jack responded enthusiastically to my exegesis. Jackie mentioned how all the movies that she likes are on the index, a fact mother-in-law Rose continually reminds her of. For a season, I liked to use La Dolce Vita as a sort of Rorschach test. I would ask someone if he had seen the film. Who had not? And then, what was your favorite scene? The answers were satisfyingly revealing. I was not surprised that Jack liked the whispered seduction scene, but I was surprised when he said that he had also liked the scene where the drunken father collapses on his son's bed. Talk of high taxes. Jack, it annoys me the way they, the Pentagon, throw money around. No sense, however, that he might control the waste. But then most presidents complain of they. Presidents also tend to feel insufficiently admired by the nation, whose good luck it is to have so fine and selfless a leader. Although Jack was one of the least pompous of politicians, even he, as early as 1958, began to refer to himself as Kennedy, rather than mere I. To be, in one's own time, a third person as well as a first is plainly ravishing. Imperial, too. Jack liked talking about Jefferson, noted Jefferson's shifty eyes, something he said he had read somewhere. I reminded him that he had read it in my piece on Goldwater for Life magazine. Jackie was delighted. Isn't it wonderful to be quoted? Jack wanted to know who my authority was. I said Claude G. Bowers. Jack had met Bowers in 1940 when he was ambassador to Chile. He had a low opinion of Bowers, no doubt inherited from Joe, though the matter should be checked out. Remarked that Jefferson was one of the two geniuses that the United States had produced at the beginning of the Republic. The other was Ben Franklin. Then we all wondered why the 18th century personages were so much more accomplished than we. More languages, more learning. Too many modern distractions? Poorer education? Or just accident? General discussion of the 18th century. Jack very much admired Duff Cooper's Talleyrand. Discussed Palmerston. I told him I'd lend him Palmerston versus Regina, which I had just read, a book that I have now totally forgotten. Recently, an old friend of all of us remarked that Jack, alone of the Kennedys, had been civilized by his stay in England during Joe's embassy. Jack had been transformed from preppish Boston Irish to Whig nobleman. He always knew more about English history and social life than he ever did about America. This was another connection between him and me. We knew the same English, stayed in the same houses, shared the same gossip. Jack was taken up by the lot. Except for his sister Kick, the others were not. Much high spirits for us on vin rosé. Jack on beer. Jack thought a good study might be written on the difference between us and our 18th century counterparts. Why are we so fragmented, so specialized? Jack thinks continually in historic and literary terms. One gets the feeling he is a writer manqué. Yet, politically, in action, the eager sportsman merges with the other self. He also has the coarse, energetic quality that wins battles. What an actor he was! What a gullible audience I was! I was tempted to write over this, palimpsest it, but I must show us as we were then, no matter how idiotic I sound. In any case, the strain of appearing vigorous with no natural adrenaline function must have been unremitting. But here he is projecting fierce energy, and I am taking it all in. Yet when I replay him in my memory, I tend to see him in a rocking chair, unable to lean over to pick up a brass box beside his foot. Easily, he said when I retrieved the box and gave it to him, a present from Khrushchev at Vienna, the cheesiest gift ever presented by one head of state to another. Dinner was over now. He was on his feet and out the door first. Spaulding and I united to play backgammon against him. We won 2 games. He won the 3rd. Much chortling, high whinnies at wins and groans at losses. Since the interview with me in Look magazine on the subject of Jackie, his new word, he said, was ambiance. I had referred to pre-war Marywood's golden ambiance. He started to talk about Marywood, said I had badly misrepresented it. The place was like the little foxes. One by one he described Hughie's children and stepchildren, each a disaster. Tactfully, he omitted Jackie and me. When she said, "Well," he said, "Well, you know what I mean." I said that much of the atmosphere, ambiance, had to do with the fact that each of us had a mother who had married Hugh Dudley Auchincloss, Jr. for his money. Jack seemed startled at my bluntness and muttered something about security, but Jackie agreed with me. Jack puffed on his cigar over the board and looked at me thoughtfully. I puzzle him, I suspect. Talk of Berlin, Khrushchev. Jack had given up on talking reason to him. Not possible. We've got to start looking out for our interest. No more worrying about the world. We're in a spot in Berlin, and something will eventually have to give. But the issue is the neutralization of West Germany, Khrushchev's aim. Jack said he had written a letter to Galbraith, Kennan, all the ambassadors to neutralist countries, to ask one question. Why is it that they are always against us, against any action we take in the world? Why can the Soviet do brutal acts like invading Hungary or closing off East Berlin, and the neutralists are serene, but if we so much as protest, they are down on us? Jack answered his question, the fascination that the bully boy has for people, just like Hoffa. During the Senate hearings, he said he used to watch how reporters and visitors always hovered around Hoffa. They like power, evil. Same thing with Che Guevara in Montevideo. Everyone hanging around him. Even Dick Goodwin has to go visit him. They are all fascinated. This is interesting, psychologically. Milton's vivid Lucifer versus dull God. But Jack was, deliberately, manipulating the psychology. Because Khrushchev opposed our military and economic restoration of West Germany, he must be depicted as a demon, which, perversely, in Jack's view, made him a figure of fascination for those neutralist countries that Jack felt were insufficiently grateful to the United States as the lonely bearer of the nuclear shield in a Hobbesian world. Yet a neutralist like India's Prime Minister Nehru felt that there was not much to choose between the paranoia of the American imperium and that of a perennial victim like Russia, 3.5 times invaded in 150 years. The half was the American-led military expedition of 1919 to overthrow the Bolshevik Revolution. As I was now beating Jack at backgammon, the war that had been designed to be permanently chilly was heating up. In addition to the current games over Berlin, Jack was busying himself in Southeast Asia, while Bobby's Operation Mongoose was in place to murder Castro. So stimulated and alarmed were the Russians by our busyness that they brought in nuclear missiles to Cuba to defend the island from what, not unnaturally, they suspected would be a second invasion. A recent television documentary with recorded conversations reveals Jack starting to get cold feet even as his warlords, mostly professors trained in the murderous Maquis of Academe, wanted an airstrike against Cuba. Finally, a secret deal was struck. We would remove our missiles from Turkey if they would remove theirs from Cuba, which we would not invade. Maybe. As one historian put it, this was surely the most reckless American act since the end of World War II. Talked of neutralist complaints of his saber-rattling. Then, unexpectedly, Jack said, "Well, I'm almost a peace-at-any-price man." Jackie said, "Yes, it would be better to be red than dead, not maybe for oneself, but for the children." Talked then of starting a national newspaper. I said, on the lines of The Observer in England. That got Jack off the track immediately. He attacked The Observer and The New Statesman. I wrote occasionally for both, thought them profoundly soft-headed. He turned to Jackie. "What time is the helio called for?" Jackie said, 7:15. As tribute to our debauchery, "Make it 8:10. Then he went up to bed. Earlier, when I had proposed that she and Bill Walton come have dinner with me in Provincetown, she was delighted. "Can I, Jack? Can I?" He finally agreed. "But in disguise." She checks everything that she does with him. Then the Spauldings went to Bobby's house to see The Young Savages, Halliwell's film guide, tough, realistic melodrama of the New York slums, and a political conscience, directed by John Frankenheimer. Bobby was to stay at Frankenheimer's house in Malibu the night before he was killed. Jackie and I drank a good deal of wine and talked of family matters. She was willing to see Nini. After the election and the almost simultaneous birth of Jackie's son, Nini went to see Jackie at the hospital. Teasingly, Jackie asked Nini whom she had voted for, and Nini said, "Nixon." The girls fell out with a crash. Later, Jack said that if he didn't mind how Nini had voted, why should Jackie? Now she was beginning to see the comedy in the situation, though it hadn't seemed so humorous after a difficult birth, not to mention an election that, zealots like to tell us, Nixon had actually won. Jackie reached for the bottle of vin rosé, and they talked about Mrs. Eisenhower. She had not been amused when she had paid her duty call on Mrs. Eisenhower after the election. Not even a cup of tea did she offer, but the upstairs sitting room, the oval one, was worth the whole tour. They had 2 TV sets, his and hers, with little tables in front of them, where they had their TV dinners, he watching his westerns, and she her soap operas. As it turned out, my sister never did make up with Jackie until the night that Jack's body had been installed in the East Room, and Jackie and her sister Lee put messages in the coffin, presumably for Jack to deliver on the other side. Jackie also put her wedding ring inside the coffin, then, on second thought, retrieved it. Very creepy, was the general impression. Jack's head was so swathed in a huge turban-like bandage that he didn't resemble much of anybody. Jackie spoke of how much she liked Bobby, how sensitive he was. My dislike of him must have been apparent even then. She said that Bobby had scolded her for having been so hard on Nini. She said that Miss Hennessy, governess to the Kennedy children, had told her what a sad time Bobby had had, too old for the last 2 children, too young for the others, scrawny and wistful, but philosophic and not embittered. Plainly, Jackie did not sell him to me. Jackie on the subject of life in the White House. Never alone. You sit in a room and try to write a letter and someone comes in. She wondered about holding cultural gatherings. Tennessee she loved. Faulkner, too. But I'd like to spend an evening with just a few people. I'm terrible at crowds, and everyone gets so precious in the White House, they'd all clam up. This explained the powerful drinks served. According to Robert Kraft, Stravinsky, after just one, exclaimed, "I am drunk." I feel like such a Philistine, Jackie went on, because I don't really know enough. Earlier I had mentioned the critic Eric Bentley as someone to invite for a theater affair. She had laughed. "You see, until just now I never heard of Eric Bentley." I now wonder why on earth I was trying to make the world safe for Eric Bentley, admirable figure that he is. After the state visit to Paris, the Kennedys had stopped off in London for a private visit to Sister Lee and her husband, Stash Radziwill. The British government decided that, private occasion or not, the Queen must give dinner to President and wife. The palace wanted to know whom they would like to invite. Jackie proposed her host and hostess, Prince and Princess Radziwill. She would like to meet Princess Margaret, while Jack would like to see Princess Marina of Kent, the only member of the royal family that he knew from the old days. The palace sent a delicately phrased reply to the effect that Mr. and Mrs. Radziwill, as divorced people, were not invitable. Stash was a man of great charm, though not, perhaps, of fanatical probity. According to Oberon Herbert, Stash had walked off with the entire capital of the Polish Red Cross, leaving an ancient Polish general to take the blame. Stash made money with the money. Then, as prison doors began creakily to swing open, he restored what he had stolen, without interest. In the 1960 election, Stash canvassed Polish-American voters for Jack, who then wanted to give him some sort of an appointment. The usual FBI report was presented to the president. It is said to have weighed many pounds. Jack was plaintive. "Should I read all this?" "No, sir," he was told. "Just don't make the appointment." He did not. Jack told the palace not to bother about us, we're here unofficially. But then, to Lee's delight, the palace backed down. "Anyway, the Queen had her revenge," said Jackie. "No Margaret, no Marina. No one except every Commonwealth minister that they could find. The Queen was pretty heavy-going. Years later, I repeated this to Princess Margaret, who said, "But that's what she's there for." I think the Queen resented me. Philip was nice, but nervous. One felt absolutely no relationship between them. The Queen was human only once. Jackie had been telling her about the Kennedy state visit to Canada and the rigors of being on view at all hours. I greeted Jack every day with a tear-stained face. The Queen looked rather conspiratorial and said, "One gets crafty after a while and learns how to save oneself." Then she said, "You like pictures," and she marched Jackie down a long gallery, stopping at a Van Dyck to say, "That's a good horse." Discussing Hughie, trying to recall some of his sayings. He speaks almost entirely in platitudes, often just a little off, or else in set stories. Jackie said that one of his favorite adages had cropped up after Jack and she got back from Vienna. "You can always trust an Englishman because his word is as good as his bond, but you can never trust a Russian." One should note that the first of Hughie's 3 high-powered wives was Russian, the second my mother, the third Jackie's mother, Janet, born Lee, or, as my mother used to observe, thoughtfully, Levy. Apparently, Janet's father had changed his name in order to become the first Jew to be a vice president of the Morgan Bank. My mother wondered how Hughie, a quiet but sincere anti-Semite, would respond when he found out. Hughie's stories never varied in detail. The effect was bardic. A favorite number was the slow but relentless revelation of the original Jewish names of movie stars, starting, inexorably, with Kirk Douglas. The director Mike Nichols told me that when Jackie introduced him to her stepfather, Hughie immediately asked him if he knew what Kirk Douglas's real name was. Jackie cut him off, as it were, at the pass. In any case, my lifelong passion for boars began with Hughie. Gleefully, Jackie and I recalled his sayings. "All good cooks are fat. The ultimate test of a cook is, can she make codfish cakes?" Jackie, referring to my golden ambiance description of Marywood, said, "Poor Jack really suffered a lot in that house over the years." I am told that during Jack's 1,000 days as president, he discussed his mother-in-law almost as much as he did Khrushchev, and in much the same manner. At her best, Janet, rather like Nina, had no conscious mind, but her unconscious jet stream was more than usually turbulent. I am told, on not entirely reliable authority, that in her last years, no matter where she was, she thought that she was at the Argentine embassy, where she was obliged to apologize for the Falklands War. On the other hand, although she had married poor Hughie for his money, when he finally managed to lose his fortune, she bailed him out with money inherited from her father. Jackie was amused at Grace Kelly and Renier, who had moved heaven and earth to get invited to the White House. Finally, they came to lunch with Fred Coe and Frank Roosevelt. Grace was as nervous and dull as ever, terrified of Jack. All easy conversation was addressed around her. Jackie remembered that she had been just the same when she was companion to Cassini. This is all a bit unfair. Grace was a passionate conservative, and she and I used to argue politics when I was a writer at MGM, and she was preparing to quit acting to marry Prince Renier. "Why," I asked her, "after having worked so hard to be a movie star, do you want to give it all up to live over a French gambling casino?" She was droll. "You know what a make-up call is?" I said, "Yes. It is the hour when the actors are called in to be made up before the shooting starts at 9 or 10 or whatever time it was at Metro. The place was run like a factory, everything on the dot." "Well, I'm still fairly young, but I have a tendency to gain weight. So my make-up call is at a proper hour, let's say 8. But if I'm heavy, I have to come in at 7:30, and there I'll find Joan Crawford, who has been there since 6, and Loretta Young since 5, and some of the others look as if they've spent the night there. No thanks. I'm quitting before I get moved back to 7 o'clock. I think Jackie's dislike of Grace began when she and Jack were looking at the press coverage of the wedding in Monaco. Jack studied the pictures intently, then frowned and said, "I could have married her." Jackie's face was again tear-stained. As I walk toward the Adams Memorial, I do an act or two of the Jackie play. From family, I hear that the cancer had gone to her brain and that she had had a hole drilled in her skull so that radium, or whatever, could be put in. Then the liver was attacked and she left the hospital to die at home. During her last hours, the day before my cemetery scene, as I stood on the lawn in front of the White House, playing tour guide for the camera, I was told that she was almost at the end, and I suddenly remembered that the last time that I had set foot on this lawn, just below the north portico, was the night that I came in from Ann Arbor, Michigan, for a private dinner upstairs in the family's living quarters. I changed clothes in the guardhouse on Pennsylvania Avenue, then crossed the section of lawn to the door. Now I crossed the grass to the copper beach and approached the monument, the work of Henry Adams's friend St. Gaudens. The monument is a semicircular seat of polished pink-gray stone, suitable for meditation as one faces a life-size figure with a shroud over its head and closed eyes. I say "it's" because there has always been an argument concerning gender. Is it a young man or a young woman? On Henry Adams's last visit to the White House of Theodore Roosevelt, the embodiment of noise, as Henry James called T.R., the president lectured Adams on the figure. "Of course, it's a young woman," and so on. Adams fled the presence. "Of course, it's a young man," Adams said when he got home, "and only our Dutch-American Napoleon could have got it all wrong." Eleanor Roosevelt liked to come and commune with her old friend's memorial to his wife, whose suicide he never discussed, if indeed he ever understood it. In one of Clover's last letters, she cries out, "If only I were real." As the camera cuts between the bronze youth and me, I let my actors do some scenes from the Jackie play in my head. She was none too real either, at least in the performance that she gave to any camera that happened to be trained on her. As she lay dying, the family reports that she was watching herself being memorialized on television. "A fitting end," said one of them, "for a woman who loved publicity more than anything else." Even as a girl, Jackie liked to be photographed in various roles and moods. Jack, in the interest of advancing his career, created hers by warning her never to talk in public and never to write letters, at least to strangers. Ruefully, she told me how, "I write the most brilliant letters to these dreadful journalists, and I show them to Jack, and he says, 'Oh, that's really great. Now, go tear it up.'" Actually, to be fair, she loved money even more than publicity, and her life was dedicated to acquiring it through marriage, just as her mother had done before her, and my mother before her mother, to the same rich man. She had lost her virginity to a friend of mine in a lift that he had stalled in a pension on Paris's left bank. They had discussed marriage. He came from a better family than hers, as we used quaintly to say, but he had no money. He was also Protestant. Then, suddenly, a fellow Roman Catholic, also on the make for glory, if not money, came her way. Jack had the income from a $10 million trust fund. Adequate income at the time, but hardly the amount that she would later need to live like her role model, Bunny Mellon. Jack needed a Catholic bride because of his political career. Also, even better, thanks to the Auchincloss Association, Jackie was, in the eyes of the Kennedys, a member of the old Protestant patriciate that they intended to erase. When she told her lift lover that she was going to marry Jack, he was appalled and said, "You can't marry that Mick." She was coolly to the point. "He has money, and you don't." When he asked her how she would like to be married to a politician, she had grown up in Washington and had no illusions about the breed, she said, "Of course I don't like politics, and he's a lot older than I am, but life will always be interesting with him, and then there's the money." What on earth is going to become of you in that awful world? Read, she said, the newspapers. Although the Kennedys would never have allowed her to act in the movies as she wanted to do in 1956, she finessed them all by becoming the equivalent of a movie star, and, best of all, a silent star of unmade films, her face on every magazine cover almost to the end. The later marriage to Aristotle Onassis was cold-blooded but necessary. Actually, Ari was more charming and witty than she, and in the glittering European circus, where, to her credit, she did not particularly want to shine, the word was, "What on earth does he see in her?" To Jackie's credit, she lived up to their encyclopedic prenuptial agreement, but he did not. After his son's death in a plane crash, he became obsessed. He thought she had malocchio, the evil eye, and tried to eliminate her from the agreed-on will. She was obliged to use the Kennedys to threaten his daughter, Christina. Finally, Christina was told that if she didn't pay off Jackie, no Onassis ship could ever again dock in a U.S. port. In Zurich, Christina wrote out a check for more than $20 million. Before the ink was dry, Jackie reached over and pulled the check out of her hand. In revenge, Christina alerted the Internal Revenue Service, just in case Jackie had forgotten to report the money. Serenely, Jackie then obliged Christina to give her the money that she would need to pay American tax. Another picture from the now fast-moving play in my head. Unlike the Jimmy play, I don't much care for this one. I am at Hyannisport, summer, late 50s. I'm in Jack and Jackie's house. Jack is away, and if there are other Kennedys about in the other houses, I don't recall them. I had been at Provincetown, losing weight and writing The Best Man. I came over to spend a night at Hyannisport. Jackie took me out in a boat to learn water skiing. We sat side by side in the dinghy attached to a speedboat. Jackie's body was like that of a boy, broad shoulders, long legs, large hands and feet. The hairs on my right ankle tickle as our legs make contact. For an instant, an erotic shock. But then she had always said to me that her aim in life was to be attractive to men. This was later modified to being a successful mother as well. No, nothing happened. In Newsweek, Louis Auchincloss has just noted that Jackie had always known exactly what she wanted and how to get it. Certainly, she was a good deal tougher than any of the Kennedys, particularly those toothy girls, as she mockingly referred to her sisters-in-law. She had had the good sense to make her one alliance within the family to old Joe, the autocrat with the money, who doted on her. I think that eventually she became fond of Jack. Certainly, she had always accepted his promiscuity as perfectly normal, as indeed it was in the high-powered world. One evening at a charity ball in the Plaza Hotel, Jackie said, "I've put you at Jack's table. There's a new import from England, wonderfully stupid but very beautiful, and she'll sit between you and Jack, and you two can talk across her." In the current sick wave of hypocrisy about sex in politics and the absolute necessity for perfect monogamy, Jackie was a throwback to the 18th century. My sister and I often argue if she was at all erotic, or did money rule her passions to the exclusion of all else. She had had her share of affairs with the famous, among them the actor William Holden, but I always suspected that some of these couplings were motivated by revenge on Jack, not to mention just plain stamp collecting. Celebrities are invariably celebrity-mad, just as liars always believe liars. Yet I did get the impression that she was very interested in sex. On the other hand, Louis Auchincloss thinks that she was more voyeuse than practitioner, while my sister likes to quote Jackie's advice to her on the occasion of her first marriage. "The great thing about marriage is you can have lunch with men." Clearly, food was not on her mind. In any case, my erotic response that day on the sea soon passed, along with water skiing, and we discussed what would happen when, not if, Jack was elected. "I've kept a book, with names." She beamed. Who was it who said, "Revenge is more sweet than love"? Well, you just did. So I did. I think it was someone French. As I let the drama idle away in my mind, I suspect that the one person she ever loved, if indeed she was capable of such an emotion, was Bobby Kennedy. As Lee had gone to bed with Jack, symmetry required her to do so with Bobby. But there was always something oddly intense in her voice when she mentioned him to me, and as it turned out, our mutual dislike ended the Jackie play for me. A good thing, all in all, as I was not designed to play attendant lord. I now make an addition to the Jackie play. George McGovern and his wife were just here. He told me that when he first knew Jackie, just before or just after the presidency, she told him how, shortly after her marriage, she had overheard old Joe, Jack, and Bobby discussing Jack's career, and they spoke of me as if I weren't a person, just a thing, just a sort of asset, like Rhode Island. George thought she sounded bitter, but how could she not have known that was all she could ever be in the great exchange market, where she had deliberately put herself, as they say, in play? The Jimmy narrative is more to my liking, and I go back to it from time to time, though now there will probably be nothing new ever to add to it. August 31st, 1961, Provincetown. Jackie and Bill Walton arrive at the Moores Motel at 5:30. That morning, Jackie had been pondering over the phone to me. Should she wear a blonde wig with braids in order not to be recognized? Instead, she wears a silk bandana, a jacket, capri pants, and looks dazzling. Bill wears a dark blue sports shirt and the usual lopsided grin. Several years earlier, I had introduced Jackie to dark glasses, partly as disguise, as practiced in Hollywood, but mostly as a means of looking at people without their knowing it. For a voyeuse, this was the perfect mask. As it proved, our best disguise was Bill's old Chevrolet with the top down. That should give no one any ideas. They came into my room at the motel. No one about. Jackie flung herself on the bed, free. Bill described the effect of Jackie's blonde wig with her dark complexion and eyes. People would have come from miles around to see the freak. We then left for the Chrysler Museum. The recognition began in one of the rooms where the Hawthorne collection was being shown. "Are you Mrs. Kennedy?" Jackie gave a brilliant smile and shook her head. "You travel in disguise beautifully," said the woman. Talking of pictures, friends, gossip, we looked at several galleries. The crowd began at the second gallery. 10, 20, 30 people, newcomers, kept joining the pack that followed us at a 2-yard distance. I asked where the Secret Service were. "Right behind us." Jackie was amused that I hadn't seen Mr. Jeffrey at the motel. He had been right in front of me. Much banter about the cold, naturalistic novelist eye that missed nothing. She was not particularly keen on Mr. Jeffrey. He was a bit heavy-going, enjoyed talking to HQ on his walkie-talkie. Each of the Secret Service men has a code name, Dapper, etc. She thought that the names they chose for themselves very revealing. Only recently have I learned that their code name for Lee Radziwill was Rancid Ass. We had dinner on the sea at a large restaurant called the Flagship. Again the recognition, though we sat in a dark corner. Happily, no one came over. At this point, I decided that despite demurs, Jackie was delighted by the attention. She noted that today was not bad at all, that the worst part was the apprehension, particularly in cities where the crowds could be demoralizing. After 2 Acapulcos for me, a tourist drink, 2 Pim's cups for her, and gin for Bill, we left in a gala mood. As we did, the waiter shook our hands and said that he was going to keep Jackie's glass as a souvenir. We went to the Provincetown Playhouse to see Mrs. Warren's Profession. I had bought the tickets the day before, and no one knew that even I would be on hand. We entered after the curtain was up. The boy taking tickets was so overcome that he gave us all his programs. In the intermission, he brought us tea. By this time, the street outside the theater was full of people. The box office phone was ringing. Is she there? Meanwhile, we had, somehow, lost the Secret Service man. We debated whether or not to send a word back to headquarters. Lace torn. Lace missing. We decided that he had gone back to the motel to wait. He had. The performance was good, and the management got us out by way of the stage. We drove down the street, by then unobserved, and went to a dive called the Ace of Spades, young couples, dirty songs. A man with a badge asked for our identification as the place is a club. We decided to move on to the Bar of the Moors. Next day, all Provincetown would be discussing how Jackie was not allowed to enter the Ace of Spades. As we were about to get into Bill's car, a mildly drunk, rather sardonic man recognized Jackie and said, "So the stories are all true. Why don't you come on in?" We fled, then wondered what stories. Bill suggested a lesbian cell at the White House. Tish, Pam, Jackie. I suggested heterosexual orgies, 1 man and 3 girls. At the Moors, we sat downstairs in a cellar bar with candles and kegs set around for color. Upstairs was another bar, frequented by lesbians. Jackie was fascinated, but dared not look in. Conversation? Eisenhower, an old acquaintance of my father's from West Point. Ike's coldness, bad temper, and general phoniness were duly noted. Jackie described how mechanically he puts on his smile. Otherwise, he sits, empty and remote. According to my father, he was seldom seen smiling when he was MacArthur's chief of staff. A sourpuss. Only in England, as Supreme Allied Commander, did he develop charm. Unpleasant lunch with the Japanese. I don't know what this refers to. Also the Pakistani dinner, where Eisenhower went up to the Prime Minister, all teeth and tonsils showing, threw his arm around him, and then walked away when the photographers were gone. At table, when the wandering Marine band would play certain songs, Ike would suddenly look warmly at Mamie across the table, lift his glass, and remind her how this was one of their songs. Sometime after the inauguration, the Eisenhowers came to lunch at the White House. Mamie still suffering from power withdrawal. The worst part is not having the switchboard. For 20 years, I've had a switchboard. It's really awful because I can't dial. There is something Furbankian about all this. Jackie said how much she and Jack liked Galbraith's letters from India, which are numbered. I said that later he would supply chapter headings. Double duty. Currying favor with the president and writing a book. She also loves Arthur Schlesinger. When Bill mentions Arthur, she says, "Look, I just start smiling at the mention of his name." We were all Arthur fans. She said he writes her at least once a week, informative letters. In due course, thanks to history's relentless surge, I became less of an Arthur fan when I became the target of one of his famous disinformation campaigns about that night at the White House. I think, eventually, the party line was that I had never actually met the Kennedys, and that photographs of me with them, when not doctored, were simply accidental affairs, as I am a known habitué of horse shows and the like. To Arthur's credit, he served his masters loyally in life, and then, prodigiously, after death, as 1,000 days followed upon the next, like so many demented leap years. Unfortunately, history was not so well served by Arthur. As Alan Nevins said to me in 1964, he's too partisan, too polemical. One can never believe him. This is fatal for a historian. Arthur did make a good point when I asked him what it was like to be inside an administration rather than writing about one years later from the outside. He scowled. The press, those famous primary sources. Between partisanship and incompetence, they're hopeless. So how can you reconstruct what happened if all you have to go on is, let's say, the New York Times? When one considers the lies that Arthur felt obliged to tell the Times, like our cover story for the Bay of Pigs, he certainly spoke at absolute first hand. Years later, I had Arthur in mind when I coined the phrase agreed-upon facts, which so dismays those simple historians, particularly the Lincoln priesthood, who think that absolute truth exists not in Plato's attic, but in some dusty, yellowing newspaper cutting to be squirreled from an archive. Jackie and I returned to the ever-delightful subject of our common stepfather. He liked food when I was stepchild. Now food is his reigning passion. Jackie remarks on how wonderful it is just to watch his face as the last Triscuit on the plate is about to be taken away. The novel about Washington, D.C. that I've started to brood on again gets another character. 6 years later, Washington, D.C. was published, and in it there was, indeed, a character obsessed not with Madeleines, but with the poignant passing of Triscuits from a room. Until I read this note, I had not realized that in addition to the novel Julian, other works were crowding my head, and my days in politics and Hollywood were coming to an end. Concern over the story in Look about the Secret Service chief, how in Miami a madman was all set to blow up Jack, but when he saw that Jack was with Jackie and the children at the door to the Palm Beach house, he couldn't go through with it. Jackie was most alarmed by the SS chief's admission that they had no idea the man was in Palm Beach. They should always pretend they know. In the bathroom at the Moore's Motel, Jackie found some paper bathroom slippers with Moore's Motel printed on the tops. Bill insisted that she wear them next weekend when Jack was back in Hyannis. Jackie, when Mr. Kennedy talks about all the people in his time, like FDR, though he himself wasn't as important, maybe, as... A delicate pause. Delighted smile. People now? They all seemed like such extraordinary figures. Larger than life. Hopkins and Ickes and Hull. Now this week, Larry O'Brien's on the cover of Time. Bill, you remember him, blundering along back in Massachusetts? To which Bill replied, "If he stays in office a while and the administration's a success, he'll be more famous than Hopkins." What has happened is that each of us, in his own way, has been put into the first rank at least a decade ahead of time. Against my better judgment, I have saved this inanity from brutal palimpsest. Certainly for first rank, I should have written public eye. I recall now something that Jack had observed about the great of this world. In this, job, you get to meet just about everybody. You get to know all the big movers and shakers, and the thing that most strikes me about them is how second-rate they really are. He said this with some wonder, even wistfulness, as if he had really wanted to be impressed and wasn't. September 3rd, 1961. Truro. A. Schlesinger. Ran into Arthur at Gilbert Seldes. A busy arts commentator of the day and father of a schoolmate of mine at Exeter, Seldes lectured me on the failings of live television drama, something that I had not only abandoned for the theatre 3 years earlier, but that, as an art form, had already been supplanted by the quiz show. Apparently, word had not yet spread to Truro. For the first time, Arthur was worried. The last 48 hours have alarmed the government. Possibility of war near. I check the records now. On September 4th, the day after Arthur's intimations of war, Jack signed the Foreign Assistance Act, authorizing more than $4 billion for use in military and economic programs abroad. So the forces of freedom and democracy everywhere were indeed working themselves into a lather. No doubt a CIA report had landed on Jack's desk, assuring him that a Soviet invasion of Mexico was only hours away. Jack's analysis of the great presidents. It really hasn't much to do with them or their characters so much as when they lived. What would Lincoln have been with no Civil War? How much, I wondered, was he consciously or unconsciously willing a war that would put an end, one way or another, to the twilight time, and ensure for Jack the sort of glory that, ironically, he was about to achieve anyway by falling victim to a gangland plot? The ultimate irony is that the elements that did him in, the Marcello mob in New Orleans and so on, were the kind of people that his father had comfortably done business with all his life. It was the genius of Proust to take for granted that every appearance is either a deception or subject to misinterpretation, and that the only gift the killer time bestows is to allow us to see, on later viewings, what it was that we missed first time around. Arthur discussed Jack's mood, finds him tired and peremptory. I described his mood as lively, but given to not entirely humorous tirades, all coming from frustration. Schlesinger described a major conference on the Berlin crisis. Tough policy people like McCloy et al. They resumed nuclear testing, so we'll show them that we are as tough as they are. We'll resume testing. Versus the slyer advisers who prefer to milk our world advantage as long as possible. Bundy, Arthur, et al. Arthur notes that Jack is finishing everyone's sentences. His mind works so quickly. He is impatient. Or bored, I would think, at being told things that he already knows. The great burden of the presidency as expressed by Woodrow Wilson to my grandfather. At the end, neither the tough nor the sly line was adopted. "But I wish," said Arthur, "he had listened a bit longer." Actually, just as Jack was advocating a world nuclear ban on testing, we were secretly building tunnels so that we could cheat undetected. Did Arthur know this? I doubt it. He was never on the inside. Arthur talked of Rusk's loathing for Galbraith. Apparently Galbraith, in addition to writing directly to the president over Rusk's head, also writes sardonic letters to the State Department, expressing contempt. When Rusk sent out a memo on our relations with Red China and Chang, all piety and China lobby propaganda, Galbraith replied, "May I respectfully submit that the case given is not accurate, but merely reflects domestic political considerations and is of no practical use outside the country." Rusk was furious. Arthur is not an admirer of Rusk. He also finds McCloy one of the most overrated of figures. Even Jack had said, after one of McCloy's reports, "A bit Republican, isn't it?" September 5th, Provincetown, Bill Walton. Ran into Bill cruising the Atlantic House, very relaxed. He told of a girl, an art critic now on a Washington paper, who used to sleep with Jack, and she said that he always insisted on a second girl to alternate with her during the night. Jack knows about Joe Alsop, who recently had police trouble. Bill thinks that Jack's flirtatiousness with men is a part of his sexual drive and vanity. I have often wondered about Jack's relationship with Lemoyne Billings, his choate roommate and lifelong slave. I have just read a curious passage from a letter Jack wrote Billings when he was in the Navy at Charleston, 1942. After you hear someone call you a fairy and discuss it for 2 solid hours and argue whether you did or did not go down on Worthington Johnson, you don't write a letter saying you think that fellow is a great guy, even if it's true, regarding Worthington Johnson, which it was. A few years later, Billings picked up a friend of mine, anonymously, in Times Square. While Billings was in the hotel bathroom, my friend noted his unusual name on a tag sewed to a sock. One night at the White House, I was tempted to remind Lem of that encounter, but refrained. Walton says Jack is now rigorously dieting, exasperated by newspaper accounts that he has aged in office. The problem is lack of exercise since the last back ailment. Bill said that Arthur had been complaining that Bill saw more of Jack than of him. Bill told Jack this, who grinned and said, "Well, Arthur's been given a couple of big things now. He's doing better." Very dry, amused. We both agreed that Jack is the best-informed man in America. Partly natural curiosity, partly the resources of information available to a president. Also, he reads everything and invites confidences. "Do you tell him everything?" asked Bill. Lopsided grin turned my way. I said, "Well, almost." "Jack is particularly fascinated by sex lives, but he's rather sad these days," says Bill. "Nothing happening except Jackie, maybe twice a week." I pointed out that their marriage had revived, or perhaps really begun, when he started to see her face in every newspaper. He's now taken to calling her the sex symbol. Not till he saw the world's response to her did he find her interesting. Bill said, "He used to be brutal to her in public, but now it's the other way around. She needles him too much. I find myself saying, 'Come on, you can't say that to him. After all, he's the president. Give him a break.'" Bill talked about Joe Kennedy. He felt that he exerted no influence. He knows his place. But occasionally Joe gets a bug. At the moment, he is violently against newspaper proprietors owning TV stations. Wrong sort of capitalism. I said that one could occasionally hear the voice of Joe in Jack. The other night at Hyannis, Jack got on the subject of what he called that old drunk Churchill. What was so marvelous about him? Nobody could have mishandled that war. He didn't have a chance of going down because we would never have allowed it. There, the green pages end. It is much harder to get out of worlds than to get into them, or so I have found. I got into television, then the movies, then theater, then conventional politics. 10 years had passed since I had published my last novel, Messiah, in 1954. During that decade, I had accomplished my original mission. I could now afford to do only what I wanted to do, which was to write novels, even though it had been clear to me for quite some time that the novel as an art form, much less diversion, was of no great interest to the public at large, and of too great an interest to academics in pursuit of theory. But this did not seem to me any reason not to go on doing what I liked to do. Fortunately, or unfortunately, I had experienced far more of the world than most writers. This did not mean increased wisdom on my part, but it certainly meant a broad knowledge of the complexities of a life in one's time, and of the numerous and often dangerous opportunities to be taken or avoided. What Frost had thought of as two roads diverging in a yellow wood had become, for me, a sort of clover-leaf in what is known currently, oddly, as the information highway. Faced with multiple choices, I checked many wrong ones, but thanks to a short attention span, once I had got the point to a world, I moved on. Upstairs in the White House, I got the point to the presidency as I stood in the doorway waiting for Jack to precede me into the family dining room. He stopped beside me. "So, will you run for the Senate?" I said no. I couldn't win. No Democrat could that year. Jackie had just finished redoing the dining room with an 18th century wallpaper of soldiers with rifles, a bit too martial, Jack had observed while complaining of the smell of cooking from the nearby kitchen. At that moment I thought, well, this is what it's like to be president. The smell of cooking, Alice Longworth, Bill Walton, and Otzi Leiter at table, a bad back, a bad press, possibility of nuclear war, and gossip. Endless gossip, which then congeals into history. My curiosity was satisfied. As we sat down, Jackie said, "We're old-fashioned, observant Catholics, and it's Friday." Then we were served not fish, but a tub of beluga caviar from the 21 Club. I asked Alice what this room had been in her father's day. "My bedroom. Oh, I couldn't wait to get out of this house." Gray eyes shone. Gray, snaggly teeth all exposed in a Roosevelt grin. This morning, Jackie's will was described in the Italian press. Lee was left out of it on the grounds that Jackie had done quite enough for her in life, which was certainly true. I wonder if, at the end, Jackie had come to dislike Lee as much as everyone else did. Happily, Lee's malice is mitigated by her slowness of mind. Now, from the grave, Jackie inserts the knife. I think, for Jackie, revenge must really have been as sweet as love, even posthumously. I had always thought that she was joking about keeping a little book filled with the names of enemies. Now I suspect that she was not. But her life in the world had been a good deal harder than she ever let on. There was never much money for either girl. Certainly, Hughie's fortune, when he had it, was insufficient to launch two ambitious girls in society. Janet, just described by Newsweek as an icy social climber trying to disguise her Irish roots, had no money until she reconciled, late in life, with her father, who had objected, I wonder why, to her marriage with Jack Bouvier. So Jackie, constantly presented as a wealthy debutante of the highest society, was, like me, a poor connection of the Auchinclosses. Had it not been for Nina's exasperation with Hughie, Nina's candidate for her replacement, Janet, could never have taken her place at Marywood and Newport, Rhode Island. I have often wondered what would have become of Jackie had Nina stayed with Hughie. Jackie would certainly have married money. That is to be taken for granted. But she would never have got Jack. One shudders to think that there would never have been a Jacqueline Kennedy Onassis if Hughie could have had a satisfactory erection. My decision to change my life was not all that easy to act upon. One does not just step away from politics. It is necessary to go away physically, at least for a time. Elaine Dundee recalls that late at night after my 1960 defeat, I was on the phone to my agent in Hollywood. "Get me a picture fast," I said. He did. Esquire asked me to write a column on anything. I did, mostly about politics. A television magnate of the day asked me to preside over the first television program where people could ring in. It was called Hotline and was shown 6 nights a week in the New York City area. The program was so popular that Fred Dupuis could bear it no longer. If I was changing my life, it was plainly for the worse. I never thought I'd see a friend of mine talking to gossip writers like Dorothy Kilgallen and Ed Sullivan on television. That did it. I told the producer that I was quitting. A look of deep pain. "The ratings!" "No," I said. That was that. I accepted an invitation to tour the Mediterranean on the Leonardo da Vinci. Howard would join the ship at Palermo. In New York Harbor, Paul Newman and Joanne Woodward came to see me off. I was feeling grim. I had started to write Julian, but I had no idea if I could pull off so complex a book after such a long time out in the world. That night at dinner, I sat alone at a table for 4. Then I was joined by the Newmans. "You didn't make it ashore?" "No, we're coming too." They had joined the cruise. Ship of Fools, we called it. I watched the dawn come up over the Piraeus and thought, this is the morning of the world. Howard and I skipped ship at Athens. It was my first trip to Greece, and I could not get enough of what was left of the world that Pausanias had described. I spent hours at Eleusis trying to figure out what the mystery cult had been like, and I brooded in the Agora on Julian's days as a student at Athens before he was sent by Constantius as Caesar to Paris. We got to know an ancient World War I aviator who lived in a dusty house crowded with soldiers and eccentric objects, all nicely described by the English novelist Francis King in The Firewalker. Again, I note that only the novel can ever be true. The critic Leslie Fiedler was also living in the city, and we would concoct stories for future literary historians in order to prove that the Athens of the early 60s was far more exciting than the Paris of the 20s. He is, a lively critic with rather too many ideas about literature, if that is possible. Perhaps I mean too many wrong ideas. Over the years, I have made several pilgrimages to Delphi. Today, the place is ruined for me, everything fenced in so one cannot wander through the sacred enclosure at night and brood on the eagle-shaped mountain that rises above the Castalian spring. During the day, golden eagles used to be a common sight in the sky above the Theatre of Apollo, where, the year before my first visit, a famous actor played Prometheus in the ancient theatre. At the play's end, Prometheus is bound to his rock, liver gnawed at by a vulture. Then, just as Prometheus curses Zeus and pronounces an anathema upon the gods, 3 golden eagles suddenly appeared in the sky above the actor's head and circled him slowly as he shouted to heaven, "I am wronged!" Was Kimon Friar in residence that season? I think so. He had set himself up as a link between modern American and Greek literature. He translated Kazantzakis' Last Temptation of Christ, a marvelously dead landscape of a book in which not even a weed could grow. But Kimon thought it was magnificent. I also saw a good deal of Nikos Gatsos, a poet who produced very little, but what he did gave me almost as much pleasure as Cavafy, especially the long poem Amorgos. Nikos was tall and bulky and pale of face, with weak, squinting eyes. He would hold court at a table in Flokas, a sort of tea-room around the corner from Syntagma Square where we were staying. He could only go to Flokas. He had phobias about all the other places in the area. Certain streets were simply not negotiable for him. He supported himself by translating plays for the National Theatre. One afternoon we sat with him while a small revolution took place in the streets. Nikos was very cool. After all, Papandreou, the head of the Socialist Party, was sitting near us, and it was his forces that were attacking the government. Or was it the other way around? As tear gas swirled into Flokas, we continued to eat yogurt with honey and sesame seeds, and watch through plate-glass windows men waving placards and firing guns, mostly in the air. "It's a bit like when the Italians came," he observed. "The Italians got nowhere, of course, when they invaded us. The Greeks, all in unison for once, said no. And in the Morea, where my family came from, every man got down his rifle and headed north. We had won, we thought. But then Hitler came to the aid of the Italians, and there wasn't much we could do but starve to death. Terrible to watch the children, out there in the streets." Nikos could eat a pound of pistachio nuts at a sitting. I have just come back from Rome, where the American Academy has celebrated its centennial. Since I wrote Julian and Creation in its library, I try to be helpful when asked. The Agnellis had taken over the newly restored Sistine Chapel for an evening, then dinner for 150 in the Hall of the Statues, a brilliant long room with statues in niches like frontline troops poised to defend Olympus from Titans. Among the crude Titans was Henry Kissinger. In the next few days he and I attended a half-dozen functions together. I have no idea what he was doing, memorializing the American Academy, but the people who give money for such causes have made something of a pet of him, rather as they had made one of Capote in an earlier time. Although Kissinger and I were careful to keep some distance apart, I could hear the ceaseless rumbling voice in every corner of the chapel. The German accent is more pronounced in Europe than on television at home. He has a brother who came to America when he did. Recently, the brother was asked why he had no German accent, but Henry did. "Because," said the brother, "Henry never listens." As I left him gazing thoughtfully at the hell section of The Last Judgment, as pretty and bright now as Tiepolo, I said to the lady with me, "Look, he's apartment hunting." I sat with Roberto Colasso, whose The Marriage of Cadmus and Harmony I had greatly praised. He is a quick, witty little man. Nicely, he thanked me. "I've just come from Sweden. Even there they use your quote." I am now reading his earlier book, The Ruin of Cash, Reflections on Talleyrand and Everything Else. He is wonderfully reactionary. Between creation and chaos, he would have chosen chaos. I return to Ravello with what I take to be lumbago, the result, I think, of walking several miles backstage in the Vatican, a place more vast than I ever suspected. I had the feeling, once again, that I was trapped inside Proust's last chapter, where the characters all meet again, each aged in the extreme, though if one works out their chronology, they cannot be half as old as he depicts them. Roman nobles hold up pretty well, while the Americans look decrepit. Morella Agnelli is Oriana, and little different from what she was when we first met at the White House 33 years earlier. Exotic venues become her. In old age, Dot complained of her dreams. They're so awful and so tiring. In one I was obliged to wash a pile of laundry, sheets and all, in this huge tub, and I've never really done any laundry. Cocteau said of his later dreams that they were like long bad movies in desperate need of editing. The latest theory tells us that dreams are the brain's way of sorting out memories, some to be kept on file, others let go. I must be holding a bonfire. They go on, ending usually with frustration and anxiety that wake me up. I then take a beta blocker to keep down blood pressure, which normally rises before awakening, but in my case rises much too high, causing the unpleasant dreams. Beside my bed there are 2 varieties of beta blocker, as well as Synthroid to stimulate an active thyroid, and pills to sleep, and pills to control a chronic allergy that has affected my sinus ever since the north wind brought us the fallout from Chernobyl, and the Italian government, alarmed for the first time ever for the public good, forbade the population to eat that season's fresh vegetables, and for once, farmers and consumers obeyed. There is still cesium-137 in the soil, but the press is silent on the subject. Morning's dream, I am with Prokosh and 2 others. We are escaping from something unnamed. Long, dead-end passages, intricate Piranesi ups and downs where at every point one is frustrated. Then a hotel where I have no key to my room and no money to book a new room. Suddenly, I am in a doctor's office. I show my leg to the doctor. Thick, gummy blood is making a small red badge of distress. The cat scratched me last night. In such an extreme case as yours, the doctor says gravely, the blood pressure is now being triggered by the marrow of the bone, causing the blood to come through the skin. As this was the best medical advice that I have had so far, I wake up. After Athens, we move on to Rome and look about for an apartment. The Rome of 30 years ago was at the start of an economic boom, and the people, sad and confused in 1948, were coming to life. Every evening, hundreds of boys converged on the Pincio in order to make arrangements with interested parties. Drugs were still the province of the few, mostly artists. There was thievery, but no violence. There was no AIDS, and sex was spontaneous and untroubled. If one knew 2 or 3 girls who enjoyed sex for its own sake, splendid orgies were possible, usually between 8 and 12 in the evening, with no drinking permitted or desired, as every fantasy was acted out in flesh. One girl, so pleased with a party that we gave, went to sleep bolt upright in a nearby trattoria, where we had gone to review the evening. Eventually, she opened her eyes to say that she had never before been entirely satisfied. But I don't want to raise false hopes for today's jittery sexual athletes, as I did for Burroughs in the 50s when I told him of the Roman baths, which promptly shut down before he got there. Today's Rome is sullen, with mephitic air, and full of crime of every sort. Currently, the Poles are thought to be the most murderous of the recent arrivals, while prostitution is either very expensive and antiseptic or, between AIDS and knives, too dangerous to be bothered with. But in 1961, when we decided to take a flat near the Tiber, Rome was, in its gravely discreet way, a sexual paradise. Meanwhile, I was slowly disengaging myself from Hollywood and politics. Slowly, because there were loose ends and attractive prospects. Frank Capra had got United Artists to buy him the rights to The Best Man. He would produce and direct and prepare, I suppose is the verb, the script. Although I had wanted to quit Hollywood with a final picture that would be mine, I accepted the fact that the project would now be Capra's. I had enjoyed some of his translations to the screen of Broadway plays, hits like Arsenic and Old Lace. Although I hoped that he would do as well with my play, I was not optimistic. Washingtonians, jaded as we were by politics, had thought his films about Messrs. Smith and Deeds pretty ludicrous, and those pictures had been made in a far simpler time than the 60s. Would Capra, who had just made the cloying Pocketful of Miracles, and the even worse A Hole in the Head, be up to the sort of realism that had made The Best Man a success? As is usual in these matters, the creator of the play whose success had attracted Capra and United Artists had nothing at all to say about what would be made. When United Artists paid me $400,000 for the screen rights, Capra, not I, became the auteur. I could have made myself the producer and kept some control had there been great interest in the property, but political films, not to mention any form of satire, are known to fail more often than not, and so I accepted the relatively small amount and surrendered control. "Small?" exclaimed Jackie. "Imagine being paid $400,000 for anything." While Jack said, "Be sure there's a part for my brother-in-law." Sudden memory. In the White House projection room, we are watching the television coverage of the Kennedy state visit to Paris. Jackie sighs when she sees her hair on the screen. "A mistake," she murmurs. Jack watches himself attentively. In one shot, they are getting out of an open car. The black and white film is of poor quality and looks to be very old. When the lights came on, I hear myself say, "It all looks so long ago, like the Archduke arrives in Sarajevo." Back on the Hudson, with Fred Dupuis' blessing, I assembled my first book of essays, Rocking the Boat. I wanted to include an interview I had given Playboy magazine. Fred was severe. No interviews. That's the first rule. But Mailer did almost nothing but interviews in advertisements for myself. You are not Mailer. Don't advertise yourself. Address your subjects. Leave yourself out. Excellent advice for any essayist, should anyone want to practice so archaic a form. Later, I would write of myself if I thought that it was relevant to the subject at hand. But, by and large, if one wants people to read Thomas Love Peacock, put the light on him, not on the electrician. In the summer and fall of 1961, I was at first delighted and then somewhat dismayed at being a part of the Kennedy court. Howard started to complain, "It's the White House again." Their switchboard was one of the wonders of the earth. They always found you. Would I take Rose Kennedy to the opening of the Metropolitan Opera? The next day there I was on the front page of the Journal American, in white tie, Rose beaming on my arm. I remember that when I picked her up, she promptly gave me a lecture on the night's opera, Andrea Chenier, which I'd never heard. She'd done her homework. As we pulled up in front of the opera house, the manager, Mr. Bing, greeted us and cameras flashed. I second-fiddled Rose into the lobby. A crowd got in our way. She raised her arm. "I am the President's mother," she proclaimed. Like the Red Sea, the crowd parted. A woman reporter shouted, "Where did you get that dress?" "Klein's," she replied. "A little something off the rack." The dress, I later read, was a masterpiece by Balenciaga. In the car, Rose complained about old age. "There's still so much you want to do but can't." "Surely there's nothing you can't do," I said, dropping to featured player. "I'm not talking about me." She was icy. "I'm talking about my mother." As in the election, my Kennedy connection was doing me no good as a freelance who wrote about politics and appeared on television. I was becoming known as an unrewarded Kennedy apologist. At one point during my discomfort, Bill Walton said, "Why don't you ask Jack for something? You'll probably get it." This would be, of course, a payoff for stopping Revere from writing about Jack's health. But I said that I couldn't think of anything that I wanted other than Jack's job, plainly not destined for me. Then, without being asked, I was put on the President's Advisory Council on the Arts. At least, I made it a point never to attend a meeting or reply to a letter because I didn't believe that government, particularly one as Philistine and corrupt as ours, should involve itself in the arts in any way. I am Darwinian in such matters. What cannot adapt dies out. In November 1961, the Kennedys gave their first private party in the White House. The guests of honor were Gianni and Marella Agnelli. This was a sort of political payoff to Frank Roosevelt, who represented the Agnelli family business, Fiat, in the United States. I arrived with Arthur Schlesinger and his wife Marion. By then, Arthur was court jester. "I've been here 3 times this week," he announced, preparing to sing yet again for his supper. He had been given some ill-defined job by Bobby, not Jack, with the understanding that one day he'd be court historian. "I can see the book now," said Jack. "Kennedy, The Only Years." In the happily unforeseen future were those 1,000 days, and yet another 1,000 days, works of hagiography that Arthur would be obliged to write. I note today that Arthur is still busy modifying history in order to serve his Holy Family. For the Times of London he has written an obituary of Jackie. Since the only agreed-upon mistake that the Madonna might ever have committed was the marriage to Onassis, Arthur boldly declares that it was only after the murder of Bobby that Jackie, fearful for the lives of her children, fled America to marry Onassis. Actually, as he knows, she had been planning for a year to marry Onassis. Brother-in-law Steve Smith was at work on the prenuptial agreement, much to the consternation of Bobby. The marriage, he said, could cost him 5 or 6 states, and he tried to get her to delay the great apostasy till after the election. Then came his death. The party was fashionable rather than political. In the crowded Red Room, I found myself face to face with Hughie and Janet. Hughie looked dazed and very happy now that he was stepfather-in-law to an honest-to-God president. "To think," he said, "here I am, a Republican who hates publicity." He reveled, however, in reflected glory. But then most people do, except those who are themselves generators of that lovely, dangerous stuff. Almost sincerely, I complimented Janet for how well she had acted as a surrogate mother to my sister, who had fled at an early age from Nina to her father and his wife. Eager for a quarrel, Janet said, "How dare you attack your mother?" "I thought that I was praising you." She began a tirade, the great beak of a nose like some furious parrot beak moving from side to side a foot below my chin. "Nina will be happy to know that you admire her," I said gently. "But then you should. She did everything for you." I pushed her carefully to one side as I headed toward the Blue Room. Then I was face to face with yet another non-fan, Lem Billings. "Why don't you ever go to the meetings of the Council on the Arts?" I thought this none of his business, but I answered, gently, that I had never wanted to be on the council and that I didn't believe the government should involve itself in the arts. "Then why did you go on the council?" I said that I thought it would have been rude to have turned down something once it had been given me. He, too, was eager to quarrel. Also, as the principal fag at court, Lem felt that he should eliminate any potentially controversial figure from the scene. My temper, no gentle affair at best, was certainly being tested, I thought, and I took it as Apollo's revenge on me for not yet having changed my life as I had vowed to do. I have never liked parties of any kind, and the grander they are, the less I like them. Also, a court affair, if one is not a courtier, has a certain nightmarish quality as everyone tries to get the attention of the sovereign. It is far better to read Saint-Simon than actually to stand about and watch a sun-king flare. A number of round tables had been set in the state dining room. I was to sit at the one presided over by Ethel Kennedy. No doubt Jackie thought that I would use the occasion to charm the wife of Bobby, whom I had recently criticized in an Esquire column, August 1961. I had described how the police attacked 2 non-violent men in front of the YMCA. I was in a taxicab en route to the airport after dinner at the nearby White House. I asked the cab driver if he would be a witness when I reported the police's brutality. "No, sir, I don't dare. This is one dirty town." I got back to New York to read that a Southern editor had written an editorial attacking the John Birch Society. In the course of his editorial, he quoted the FBI as saying that the Birchers were irresponsible. Some hours before the editorial was published, 2 men from the FBI arrived at the editor's office and asked him on what authority he meant to quote the FBI. The editor's sources were not, as it turned out, reliable. But then the editor, quite naturally, asked how it was that the FBI knew the contents of his editorial before it was published. He got no answer. I described these 2 misuses of power, then concluded, "Now the point of these 2 stories is that here is something we can do. Guard our own liberties. We may not be able to save Laos, but we can, as individuals, keep an eye on local police forces, even if it means, as some have proposed, setting up permanent committees of appeal in every city to hear cases of police brutality or to consider infractions of our freedom to speak out in pursuit of what our founders termed happiness, 2 rights always in danger, not only at the local but at the federal level." I sent a copy of this to Bobby, who, as Attorney General, was in charge of the FBI. I got a terse acknowledgment for reply. Had I known to what extent J. Edgar Hoover was blackmailing the Kennedy brothers, I might have been more understanding, if no less irritable. In the Blue Room, I found a friendly face. Jackie was seated in a straight, armless chair. There was a good deal of noise, and as there was no other chair near her, I squatted down beside her. We chatted. Then I started to stand up. To steady myself, I put my hand on her shoulder. The other option was her knee, hardly a decorous thing to do. As I started to rise, a hand pulled my hand off her shoulder. I looked up. There was Bobby. Jackie was now talking to someone else, and she had not seen, no one had seen, this intervention. Bobby walked over to the door of the Red Room. I followed, blood, as they say, in my eye. I have read so many invented versions of our conversation that I can no longer recall exactly what was said, but the whole encounter lasted about 2 minutes, rather less time than Ben-Hur's chat with Masala. In my best Augustan manner, I said something like, "What the fuck do you think you're doing?" The White House brings out the macho in guests as well as residents. Witness the manly dialogue of Richard Nixon as taped. Bobby looked startled. "What's wrong, buddy boy?" An expression that I have never heard used outside a 30s movie. I told him it was dangerous to behave as he did. The blood of generations of honor-minded, crazed Southerners was flowing, along with the adrenaline, through my veins. Then, while I had his attention, I reminded him of the FBI caper with the Southern editor. He said it was none of my business. I said that I could make it, or anything else, my business, and in the most public way. "You? A writer?" He was scornful. Kennedy's bought writers. I was now cooling off. Later, he would say that I had said, "I'll get you." But macho as our chat was, I was not into 30s dialogue, even though my political role model, Eleanor Roosevelt, sometimes was. Now myself again, I summed up. Writers, since they have so many words, often have the last one. This infamous exchange was heard by no one except the 2 of us. A year or 2 later, at the request of Harold Hayes, the editor of Esquire, I wrote The Best Man, 1968, where I gave away the family game plan. Esquire's cover was brilliant. A row of Kennedys, Jack, Bobby, Teddy, John, each in the president's rocking chair. The story was featured on the television evening news, and much was written about it, pro and con. Years later, I learned that, although the family intended for Bobby to succeed Jack in 1968, there was a plan afoot to replace Lyndon Johnson with Bobby in 1964, a Kennedy ticket, undone by Dallas and, perhaps, mildly skewed by my too-sharp glimpse of Bobby's dynastic ambitions. Arthur was the case officer in charge of disinformation, with a great deal of help from other Kennedy loyalists. Capote said that Lee, always eager to bear false witness, told him that I had been physically thrown out of the White House. Capote embellished the tale. Actually, I left what seemed an eternity later with Arthur, Ken Galbraith, and George Plimpton. I was, I confess, in a rage by then, which champagne had not soothed. The next morning I rang the historian, Arthur, to tell him exactly what had happened. This was naive. I had always thought that the historian was someone who, in a sense, has sworn an oath to get things right. I was wrong. Years later, Capote, in an interview, his principal art form, as it proved, repeated yet again the story, and I sued him for libel. On oath, Lee refused to admit ever having talked to him about that night. I settled with Capote for a signed statement that he had knowingly lied, and so on. He then went on television, drunk, and denounced not me but Lee, and then she... The squalor never ends once one gets involved with people for whom truth is no criterion. I should have known better. I stayed among them for too long. I now think that I was the one spoiling, unconsciously, for a row of some sort in order to break the Kennedy connection. This was certainly a glorious opportunity. In a single evening, all in a row, Janet, Lem Billings, Bobby. Like Macbeth's witches, their presence alone reminded me that I had not the temperament to belong to any group, much less a court, where Jack's coven of little foxes was busy spoiling not only a nation's grapes, but, in the end, its own, too. One curious detail. In the case against Capote, my lawyers came across a letter from Jackie to me after that night, asking me to come up to Hyannisport. I can't think what that was about. I never went. I had now lit out for another country, in every sense. Life changed. 3 months before my last White House engagement, I was told that United Artists was unhappy with Capra's approach to The Best Man. Would I consider doing the screenplay? I met Capra in Hollywood. He was a lively little man with eyes like bright black olives. We would meet in his office at Columbia, I think it was. Unknown to me, he had already prepared a script with one Miles Connolly, a dedicated Catholic who wanted to convert the masses through popular movies of the sort that Capra used to make. I sat on the top of a low bookcase while Capra did his best to charm me. Of course, he loved the play, but... One great but was the scene where the good presidential candidate and the former president, who is dying, agree that there is no afterlife, which is why we must make the best of this one, and so on. Naturally, bad candidate admits to being a very religious kind of guy in a sort of way. Capra thought that even one presidential figure who was an atheist was too many. We had several meetings, August 9th through the 16th, 1961, according to Joseph McBride's biography of Capra, which means that the following week I was in Provincetown, writing my 13 green pages. The more I talked with Capra, the more alarmed I became. He was deeply reactionary in his politics. Communism was triumphing everywhere, and only Nixon could have stemmed the red tide. But since he had lost, our best man, the movie's best man, that is, must offer the nation hope under God. I tried to explain to Capra that there are very few practicing Christians in the foxholes of the Electoral College, and no communists. Although Stevenson and Nixon and Truman, my archetypes, differed markedly from each other in temperament and class, each was a Protestant of the American ruling establishment and quite unlike a superstitious, authority-loving Sicilian peasant like Capra. And I mean those adjectives, as Nixon once said of sly and devious in reference to Eisenhower, in the very best sense of those words. Capra never mentioned the Connolly script. He had had a few ideas, he said vaguely, and Max Youngstein at United Artists had thought that I should be called in so that he could try them out on me. "You know," said Capra, "I was at that convention where you were a delegate. It was great, really great. I thought Kennedy wonderful. I thought the atmosphere wonderful for a movie. The delegates, the... Suddenly he stopped, smiled, eyes blazed. An idea had come. Script conferences are all the same. There is always one visionary who suddenly glimpses the blazing bush. "I got it. Listen. The good guy, maybe Fonda, he dresses up as Abraham Lincoln, and he comes down on the floor just when the vote is going against him, and he talks to the delegate and turns them around. Yes." Capra applauded his own vision. "Yes," he added, with what he took to be a contagious hurrah. I did not fall off the bookcase, but I believe that my face was mask-like as I tried to disguise my horror. "So, what does—" "Well, yes, but what does he say, dressed up as Lincoln?" "Oh, you know, some 7 years ago stuff." For a moment I thought that one of us had gone mad. I began to make agreeable noises and small demurs, like, candidates never come down on the floor of a convention or even onto the stage unless maybe they happen to be the governor of the state they're in or something, and the Secret Service would never allow... Airily, he dismissed my objections. "It's a great scene," he said. "Want to take a crack at it?" Capra was nothing if not duplicitous. We would not have met at all if I had known what Mr. McBride tells us had been going on before I was called in. The Capra who made Mr. Smith might have made another great film out of The Best Man, but the Capra who made A Hole in the Head took on the property only to muddy it up, to sidestep the theme of McCarthyism, which tempted him but cut too close to the bone. He and Miles Connolly set about rewriting the play for United Artists to purge it of what Capra felt were un-American overtones in its criticisms of political hypocrisy. Capra was on the floor of the Democratic Convention in Los Angeles that July when Kennedy won the nomination, soaking up atmosphere for The Best Man. He was not immune to the Kennedy mystique, telling Lulu, a Harvard graduate student, then a Kennedy supporter, that Kennedy was sounder on communism than Stevenson, and praising his precocious political skills. But Capra remained a Republican, and he warned her about the vicious tactics communists, communist sympathizers, and liberals would be using against his man Nixon during the campaign. The Capra-Connolly script for The Best Man invents a new protagonist. The hero is no longer the man who refuses to blackmail his opponent because, one by one, these compromises, these small corruptions destroy character, but the dark horse of the title, who received the nomination when the two leading candidates cancel each other out, The Best Man, in their grotesquely sentimentalized version, is the guileless young mixed-race governor of Hawaii, their muddled notion of a John Doe for the 1960s. After reading the script, UA's Max Youngstein wrote Capra on January 24, 1961, that he was laying it on too thick to make the point. The Hawaiian governor is far from being my concept of someone to root for. He is a schnook Boy Scout. He spouts clichés at the rate of one a minute, and while many of those clichés have great truths behind them, no one can take that many back-to-back without vomiting. I, too, was duplicitous. Yes, I would take a crack at it. Instead, I went to Max Youngstein and said, "There is no way that Capra can make The Best Man." I told the Lincoln story. Youngstein sighed. I said, "It's better not to make it than let him wreck it." Who could direct it? I suggested Franklin Schaffner, who had directed my first television play, then gone on to movies. Capra was replaced. McBride reports that in Capra's memoir, The Name Above the Title, Vidal was portrayed as the gay blade who made Capra flee the best man in a fit of righteous timidity, although not, as one might have suspected, for political or homophobic reasons, but because of what Capra claimed was Vidal's desire to propagandize for atheism. This is a somewhat tortuous way of saying that he was fired not because of me, as I had no contractual power at that time, but because his approach to the story had made Max Youngstein, a man of stout stomach, want to vomit. Capra made no more films, and I got to make The Best Man my way. Despite the fact that it was made in black and white, not much favored by today's television, it goes on and on. Schaffner was a thoroughly decent, workmanlike director, and the only cloud upon our relationship occurred when we arrived in Cannes, where I was to collect the film festival's Critics' Prize. In front of our hotel there was a large sign with the French title of the picture, and under that Un film de Franklin Schaffner. I then proceeded to lecture an auditorium full of French cineasts on what the word auteur meant in their dictionary and what they had so weirdly made it to mean. But it did no good. Recently, when I was president of the jury of the Venice Film Festival, a member of my jury was the cultivated head of the Cannes Film Festival. He asked me what was the best moment that I had had in my checkered film career, and I said, "Firing Frank Capra." He nearly fainted. He staggered, clutched with nerveless hand at a passing table. "Oh, no, it is not possible." For many, cinema is now a high religion, and, well, why not? Certainly it is better to worship a false image of the likes of Capra than that sky god religion, which did him and his work so much harm. While I was making the film of The Best Man, Lenny Bernstein was staying in the other half of the bungalow that I had taken at the Beverly Hills Hotel. As Lenny was eager for sex, I arranged for 2 would-be actors to join us one evening. Lenny vanished into his section of the bungalow, wearing only a towel and a happy smile. In due course, my companion departed, but Lenny did not reappear, nor did his friend for the evening. I began to worry. Could the maestro have had a stroke? Been murdered? I opened the door between the 2 suites. Lenny was seated on a bed where lay the youth, mesmerized, as Lenny lectured him on his career, character, future, and the act of performing. Lenny was a born pedant with a powerful need to explain everything. "I could have listened to him all night," the boy said to me next day, to which the only response was, "Well, as it turned out, that's what you did." When Senator Cranston, a California liberal, rang Lenny to ask for money, this is what senators do even if they have never met the investor-to-be, Lenny listened impatiently as Cranston explained his positions on war and peace. Finally, Lenny said, "Well, all that sounds fine, but I really don't know you or where you stand on a really important issue, like what?" Lenny took the plunge. "Like what would your position be on doubling the strings in the 4th movement of Beethoven's 9th? The senator was calm. "I'll get back to you." Later that day, he rang again. "Before I give you my position, how big is the auditorium?" Last night we watched Suddenly Last Summer in Italian on television. I had forgotten how beautiful Elizabeth Taylor was, how shattered Montgomery Clift. One side of his face was paralyzed from an automobile accident. Even so, Taylor had insisted he play the part. Between drink and painkillers, he could only work mornings. Before the picture started, Clift and I went to Norman Mailer's apartment, where we read aloud a play that Norman had made of the Deer Park. In due course, Monty got drunk. When asked the next day by the producer if Monty was all right, I said yes. After all, even under the influence, he was better than most actors. Unfortunately, the director, Joe Mankiewicz, hated him. All one day he made Monty repeat, over and over again, a scene where he must hold a document in a shaking hand. The result sounded like a forest fire on the audio tape. Katharine Hepburn, in turn, tortured Joe. She had helped him rise in the world when she hired him to produce the Philadelphia story. Now he was ignoring her, she felt, and playing up to the star, Taylor. "You are treating me like an old actress," she shouted. Then she denounced the whole project. "I'm far too healthy a person to be in something like this. Who are these people?" But she knew exactly who they were, and she gave easily her best performance. She also awed Sam Spiegel, the producer, by spitting in his face. Last night, I also played a tape of the commencement address I gave at the University of South Dakota a month or so ago. Several thousand people, hot auditorium, students in bright vermilion robes. I speak briefly, talk of my father, who had graduated in 1916, then went on to West Point. He was from nearby Madison, a town that I had visited for one day exactly 50 years earlier. The students filed by me to get their degrees. It had been years since I'd seen so many white people at a school. Most chewed gum. The head of the English department, a lively Jewish woman from New York, said, "When I first got here, I had 2 John Andersons in my class. How am I going to tell you apart?" I asked. They were indignant, "Because we're 2 different people." I said, "But you also look alike." They were really puzzled. "What did you do in New York?" one asked. I told them that about a quarter of my students would be black, another Asian, another Hispanic, with a wide variety of names. The next day I drove with 2 officials of the university to Madison. There had been a lot of rain lately, and the state is bright green and hot, and quite unlike the dry prairie land that I had remembered. It is also so flat that the sky seems to start below the normal horizon, giving one the sense of being airborne in a limitless sky. It was no accident that Jean and so many others from the flat, mid-continental states were attracted to flying. The house where he was born is a 3-story wooden box whose veranda has been taken away. There are 3 brick steps to the front door. As the present owners were away, I stood on the steps and tried to imagine him young, and failed. Pictures of him as an athlete at South Dakota show an uncommonly handsome Italianate youth with a beautifully proportioned body. He was a star at football, basketball, track. I went around to the backyard where his father had constructed a jungle gym to build up his sickly son. I suspect that Jean had been tubercular. He disliked his father but never told me why. He was fond of his mother. He was also ashamed of her because she was fat. "Always with a baby in one arm and a book in the other," said my Aunt Margaret last winter, the last of Jean's generation. Jean asked neither parent to his graduation from West Point or to Washington, D.C. when he was in office. I have never known anyone as vague as Jean about his past or that of the family. He lived in a constant present, with boyish dreams of pirate gold in the future. There was always a scheme afoot to raise a sunken Spanish galleon off the Florida coast, or to invest in a silent toilet and make millions. When he came to register my birth in Orange County, New York, I was to be Junior. He couldn't remember if his own middle name was Luther or Louis, so my birth certificate says Eugene Louis Vidal. This was changed to Eugene Luther Vidal, Jr. Then Gore was added at my christening. Then at 14 I got rid of the first 2 names. Jean was equally vague about his dislike of his father. He thought that his paternal grandfather had come from somewhere in Switzerland, but that was his grandmother, Emma de Troxler von Hartmann, from Lucerne. Eugene Fidel Vidal was from Feldkirch in Vorarlberg, Austria, of Romansch origin. Some years ago, I went to Feldkirch and saw Vidal House, built around 1300. Then, from the 1580s to 1799, the family had moved south into the Alps of Friuli. Jean did manage not to lose a stained-glass medallion that has been handed down from eldest son to eldest son. It shows a bearded apothecary behind a counter. Inscribed at the bottom, Caspar Vidal, 1589. In an autobiography, Victor Waybright quotes Norman Mailer as saying that Gore Vidal is far too sophisticated to be a Gentile. Norman may have been on to something. The researcher that I sent to Forni a Voltri, the village in Friuli where we spent 2 centuries under Venetian rule, studied the remaining church records and got to know a priest who had interested himself in our family history. They were, said the priest, thought to be of Jewish origin. My researcher was a mild Italian intellectual with a passion for old documents. I wanted to know how, if the family had been Roman Catholic since 1300, could anyone know what they might have been before that? You must understand, he said with a happy sigh, that in the villages of Italy, such rumors are eternal. I got interested in the case. I asked Jean if he knew anything about our supposed Jewish origin. He thought this was very funny and told me that there was only one Jewish family in Madison, and we were all told to be very nice to their daughter because she felt so out of place. But what about our family? He thought it impossible. The only dark secret that the Vidals had ever felt obliged to keep was the fact that they were originally Roman Catholics of Italian descent, and all Italians were looked down upon in his youth. At West Point, in the yearbook, Jean was known as Tony the Wop, while Eisenhower was known as Ike the Swedish Jew. Those boys at the Point had sharp eyes. In Feldkirch, I studied the only surviving parish records, marriages. The births and the deaths had vanished. Twice we had married Romanines, then one Maria della Valle and one Maria della Sopra, plainly women with no family names, Maria of the Valley, Maria of Up in the Hills. We married a Meyer von Boldegg, a Ludwig von Hartmann, a Herzog. All the names are a bit ambiguous, that is, names that converted Jews might have taken. I asked my Venetian agent about the Romanines. She knew them. They are from Padua, a rich Jewish family like the Rothschilds. Alain Vidal-Naquet, a nephew of the French philosopher, said, "Of course we are Jewish." The Naquet part? No, the Vidal part. Vidal is a common name in every Latin country, as it derives from vitalis, the genitive of the word for life. It made sense that a converted Jew would be more apt to take a neutral, common name rather than one that might draw attention to itself. In the 70s, an ancient scholar in Feldkirch published a paper on Vidalhaus and the family. This only caused more confusion. There had been 2 Vidal families. Each had died out or gone away. One had been of Jewish origin, the other Romansch. Which were we? I had always assumed we were Romansch, a race peculiar only to the Alps, with a language full of triple diphthongs, which gave spectacular rise to the yodel. But what about all those people that we had married, with those, well, suggestive names? When I came to make the television documentary Vidal in Venice, I spent some time in the ghetto talking to an old rabbi. The Venetian Republic had usually been friendly to the Jews and warmly welcoming to Jewish converts. But should a convert ever again appear in the ghetto to attend a Jewish rite, he would be executed for having mocked Christianity. They were very careful not to be caught, said the old rabbi. You mean that they would go on being Jews secretly? In the ghetto? Only if they were suicidal. No, what they did do was to keep marrying each other. So they took Christian names, practiced the religion, but kept on marrying other Jewish converts? Exactly. That explained all those Romanines and Herzogs. Like a witch's coven, these converted Jews, known as Marranos, perpetuated themselves, disguised as Christians. Was Vidal a name they took? The old man shrugged. I'm not an expert, but there have been great rabbis with that name. On the other hand, there are Christians who have the same name. Do you know the Hebrew word for life? I said that I did not. Chaim. life, vita, vitalis, Vidal. This should give pleasure to the likes of Norman Podhoretz, who once drew up a list of important American intellectuals and showed it to Victor Navasky, now editor of The Nation. Victor said, "You've got practically no Gentiles on the list." "Because," said Poddy complacently, "we're so much smarter than they are." At the beginning of 1962, Howard went into New York's Memorial Hospital with a large growth in his neck that looked to be cancer of the thyroid. I was amazed at how difficult it was to get into Memorial, a hospital that specializes in cancer, the ongoing epidemic of our prosperous era. Finally, he got a bed in a room with several other patients. The man in the bed beside him kept his lamp on all night long. "To see the light," he said. Soon after, the light was switched off. I ran into Tennessee in front of the hospital building. Upstairs, on a special floor, Frank Merlo was dying from lung cancer. The bird would mourn Frank ever after, quite forgetting that he had thrown him out several years earlier. A true romantic, the bird associated love with death, and having lost to brain cancer what he always said was his first love, a dancer who had left him to get married after a summer at Provincetown, the bird was now mourning Frank, with whom he had lived from 1948 until about 1960. Frank had tried to bring some order into his life. Unfortunately, the bird's paranoia was sprouting ever stranger blossoms in those years. He accused Frank of serious drug addiction, which might have been true, while the bird's drinking and Nembutal addiction was making him more and more difficult to be with. After one row at dinner, Frank heaved a leg of lamb at him. "When people I care for turn violent," the bird was solemn as he recounted to me the story of their breakup, "I have no choice but to withdraw from the field. I abhor violence of every kind." There was no use in saying that Frank had a good case for throwing a lot more than a leg of lamb at the maddening bird. Eventually, Tennessee's brother put him away for a year. "I played quite a lot of bridge in the bin, and, of course, watched a great deal of television. There are some wonderful actors on the soap operas, unsung, of course, but still admirable. These were the years when we did not see each other. Gore no longer receives me," he would announce in the numerous interviews that he was in the habit of giving during the last years. This was partly true, but I always remained fond of the idea of him, and when he published his chaotic memoirs, I wrote a counter-memoir in the New York Review of Books, describing our early days traveling in Europe. He wrote to our friend Maria St. Just to say that my piece was hilarious. But when next we met, a gelid eye was turned my way. "I was number 5 on the non-fiction bestseller list until your review appeared. Then I dropped entirely off." We last met in Chicago on a television talk show. A third-rate woman writer went on and on about how blacks had nothing to complain of in the American paradise. Finally, the bird leaned back in his chair and shut his eyes. Nervously, the host asked, "Tennessee, are you asleep?" "No," the bird responded, eyes still shut. "I am not asleep, but sometimes I shut my eyes when I am bored." In A Streetcar Named Desire, Blanche Dubois thought that she would die of an unwashed grape. The bird, as grotesque as always in detail as he was magnificent in total design, died from inhaling the plastic cap of a nasal spray container. Suffocation, the worst possible death for a claustrophobe, or as I put it in a letter to Paul Bowles, recently published, "There is a Bowlesian principle at work. What is most feared fearfully happens." In the winter of 1962, Howard and I rented a ground-floor flat in Rome's Via Giulia. My bedroom window looked onto the Tiber and the Janiculum Hill beyond. The owner of the flat was a former British minister to the Holy See. He told me that, with Compton Mackenzie, he had invented the British Secret Service at the time of the First War. Upon arrival, He took me to lunch at La Carbonara in the Campo dei Fiori. Rome is a heavy place, you'll find. Heavy food, people. We ate a very light tortellini with fresh peas. As it turned out, for the next 30 years, Howard and I were never to live far from the Campo dei Fiori. Each morning, a market is set up in the oblong piazza, with fresh produce from neighboring farms. Then, by noon, all the carts are gone and the piazza is spotless. At its center there is a statue to Bruno, burned at the stake by the Holy Office, whose grim building is nearby, the work of Michelangelo in somber mood. He also built the Farnese Palace in the next square, using timber from Friuli. I've often wondered if any of my ancestors cut the wood. During Howard's stay at Memorial, his growth was benign, I developed a duodenal ulcer. A year's diet and regular workouts at a gymnasium got me into fine physical shape. Also, each day, I would walk across the Tiber and climb up the Janiculum Hill to the American Academy, whose classical library had everything that I needed for Julian. In those days, a number of Americans and English, more or less connected with the arts, still lived in a city that was relatively cheap. Now all are gone. High prices and bad air have emptied the city not only of foreigners, but of the poor and much of the middle class as well. Only the rich and the ubiquitous government live in Vecchia Roma, a somewhat ghostly quarter at night, with only tourists abroad in the street. Judy Montague, my old friend from London, lived on the island in the Tiber with husband and daughter, and everyone from her London days came to stay. Rudy and Consuelo Crespi, she American, he Italo-Brazilian, did their best to create a salon in Rome, but that has never been possible in a city where nobles stick with nobles, intellectuals with intellectuals, and so on. But the Crespis did maintain an interesting salon where at one side stood suspicious Colonnas and at the other glowering Moravias. Aesthetically, the palace dinner parties were pleasing, and I went out a lot in the first years I spent in the city. Then, one evening, I realized that I was having exactly the same conversation that I had already had a dozen times with a genial bore, and so it was that I slipped off into the Roman night, never to come back. If one is advancing one's career or sex life, there is some point to a social life, but my career is elsewhere, while, as far as I can recollect, I have never gone to bed with anyone that I met at a party, and finally, that is what any social world is about. If you take part, you are expected either to marry someone in those circles, or at least have an affair with someone's wife or husband. If you don't, move on. I preferred nights at outdoor trattorias, with a few friends, without strain. Isherwood stayed with us. He had just returned from his first trip to India. The culture shock had been extreme. "There are so many of them," he said, "and how few there are of us, the white race. We must create special reservations for people like the Danes to protect our exotic blonde wildlife." Christopher took the manuscript of Julian back to America. In Rome, I was surprised that I did not miss politics or the theater. I was still committed to making the movie of The Best Man, but that, I thought, would be that. The rhythm of novel writing, particularly in longhand as I do, suits what Victor Pritchett calls the true novelist's bovine nature, an endless cud-chewing that does not suit quick-witted sorts like Pritchett, who prefers the short story or essay. As I slowly made sentences at a large table, the Tiber at my back, I felt that I was home at last. I did miss Edgewater, which was rented, but nothing more. But then, wherever I live, I seem to know only 4 or 5 people who happen to be at hand. Jack Kennedy made a state visit that spring, and suddenly there was Dick Goodwin at lunch, trying to extract enough gossip from me to tell Jackie. Dick Revere was also there, with the press corps, and he reported on Hudson Valley life. Dick saw a good deal of Arthur Schlesinger, who kept him supplied with stories favorable to the administration, and to my surprise, Dick was never suspicious of Arthur. Fortunately for Dick, His on the one hand this and on the other hand that style of writing restrained him from overexcitement as he contemplated Jack's presidency, now moving restlessly toward Asian war. In those days, one of the pleasures of Italy was driving along empty autostradas to cities that one did not know. I had bought a second-hand Jaguar, and we visited, in due course, every city and town in Italy except Enna, in central Sicily. But we did drive around the island with Maria St. Just. It was March, wildflowers everywhere, empty roads, yellow-white Greek ruins, dark blue, unpolluted seas. A shirtless adolescent boy hitched a ride. He got in the back with Maria. "Look," he said, pinching his nipple. To her horror, milk. He was very proud of his uniqueness. When I reported this phenomenon to a doctor, he said, dourly, that a certain kind of cancer made men lactate. The 1940s platoon of American queens was still drifting in and out of Rome, though Istanbul was now its preferred campsite. They were always full of amusing gossip, some of it true. Truman Capote came for lunch. With some success, I had avoided him in America, but in a foreign setting he seemed less dangerous. He lied with all his usual inventiveness. At the mention of a famous name, the eyes lit up. The nasal whine would start. "Oh, I see Jackie all the time. You two should really make up." I offered him not a word on that subject. "I think she's happier now, with Jack. Resigned, I suppose, to all those girls in the White House. Remember how she used to carry on years ago when I first knew her and we'd go to the movies together and she would tell me how unhappy she was?" Capote's biographer, not given to checking any vivid data that might prove to be inconveniently untrue, chose to believe that this had been a long, close friendship. Certainly, Jackie was intrigued, but I had warned her about Capote. "You'll enjoy the awful stories he'll tell you about everyone, but you won't enjoy the ones that he'll tell about you." In late October 1960, she rang me. "Well, I finally met him at CZ Guests, and he did have a lot of very funny, very awful stories about people. After lunch, he asked me if I had a car, and when I said yes, he asked me if I would drop him off. Then he sat back and said, with this great stagey sigh, 'Well, you've just seen me singing for my supper.'" According to Truman's biographer, he was a regular at White House functions. Years later, I asked Bill Walton if this was true, and he said no, he had never been a guest. But he did become intimate with Lee, who fed him gossip, which he would then embellish as his own. After Rome, I saw him only once again in 1968, when, without my glasses, I mistook him for a small ottoman and sat on him at Drew Heinz's house in New York. But lack of contact did not stop him from analyzing my character in the numerous interviews that he gave the press, the lowdown on everyone. Apparently, I had set out to be a great success, and I had succeeded. But now he's so cold and so distant that no one is close to him any more. This is his curious gloss on my 10-year battle to make myself secure financially. Greatness had nothing to do with it, only bleak necessity. The three stepchildren of Hugh D. Auchincloss, the first gentleman of the United States, according to the starry-eyed social chronicler Stephen Birmingham, Jackie, Lee, and I were brought up in a wealthy manner and yet were penniless, unlike the first gentleman's 5 official children. Of necessity, Jackie married twice for money, with splendid results. Lee married twice, far less splendidly. I went to work. Capote, as he more and more mastered the art of the astonishing interview, developed a network of gossip columnists who would oblige him by printing unpleasant stories about people he disliked. One of his stories, a blind item, as they say in that world, became the central theme of a piece that Martin Amis wrote about me for the English-Canadian Sunday Telegraph. I was said to have said that I am resented because of my genius, my sex, my beauty, or some such nonsensical triad. I pointed out to little Martin that this was not only not my style of conversation, but that, more to the point, the item had simply been stuck in a column of the New York Post, without attribution, meaning that it was made up. But he had based his whole piece on this one line, which I later learned that Capote had got printed when I was suing him for libel. Thus, fantasies congeal into fact. I am told that Martin is currently aggrieved that what he used to do to others, they now do to him. Oh, what a tangled web we weave, I used to declaim back in the 40s whenever Truman had gone even further than usual into deception. It is a mystery that he never used his truly uncanny inventiveness in his attempts at fiction. During my 10 years in the wilderness, a good deal had happened in literature. The beats had for a time flourished, and many of us were alarmed. Was this what writing was destined to be? An endless report on what one had done the night before, while listing the names of the all-alike towns that one sped through on the ever-same road? Although, as writers, Kerouac and Burroughs were not much different from such conventional writers as Philip Roth and John Updike, I feared that their imitators would, like the executors of some inexorable Gresham's Law, drive literature itself out the window. All this proved to be a false alarm. Their imitators were few, while the originals either died or did not continue, and literature went out the window anyway. I have just read in the New Yorker an update of a piece that I wrote 21 years ago on the top 10 fiction bestsellers of that day. As opposed to when I wrote, there are now no literary books on the list, and, except for the occasional accident, none will ever appear there again. The mechanics of publishing favors a certain kind of pulp fiction that the great chains can sell in volume, while, according to one literary agent, the American public that buys good novels is about 4,000 people. Jean used to tease my first publisher, Nick Radin. How is it possible in such a large country to sell as little of anything as you do of books? But then I seem to have figured it out in 1956 when I wrote, "After some 300 years, the novel in English has lost the general reader, or rather the general reader has lost the novel, and I propose that he will not again recover his old enthusiasm." This caused outrage at the time. Every book reviewer in the country is, after all, a novelist or a would-be one, and to say that there will be no public for his genius is vile. I am still occasionally denounced for having said that the novel was dead. What I wrote was that the public has gone missing. Television, movies, journalism claim the general audience. Today's publishers are reluctant to publish first novels by anyone who has not been, at the very least, a movie star or serial killer. But if one is meant to be a novelist, then one goes on with or without the general public, never all that large in any case. Henry James's last great novel sold less than 2,000 copies at a time when the novel was central to the culture. Although the theater still commands a considerable audience around the world, I more or less walked away from it before I was left behind. My moment of revelation came in West Berlin, where I had gone to see The Best Man at the Schiller Theater. The play was mounted by the intendant himself, Barlog, and acted by Martin Held. It was a success. Then I made the mistake of visiting some other theaters in town. I saw Ionesco, who made me laugh, Brecht, who made me yawn, Soroyan in surreal mood. By the end of the week, I realized that the well-made play, in whose tradition I had grown up, was at an end, except in England, where the new playwrights, allegedly angry, were writing the sort of realistic plays that New York had done in the 30s. Plainly, if I were to keep on as a playwright, I would have had to depend more on what the surrealists used to call the night mind and go off-Broadway, a non-existent place in those days. I suppose I might have done for the stage the sort of thing that I would later do in novels like Myra Breckinridge and Duluth, but as I watched the poor bird with his endless anxieties, will Kazan direct? Will Marlon play the lead? I retreated to the luxury of the yellow pad and the ballpoint pen. I was not yet through with movies and theater, but they were now only a sideline. In the summer of 1964, we were again at Edgewater. One Sunday morning I read in the New York Herald-Tribune that Julian was the most unlikely #1 bestseller in the United States. I promptly swam out to the island, much as I had done when I first moved to the valley. Now the house was up for sale. Even so, that morning I was content. The film of The Best Man had just opened to good reviews. Mailer came to the party that United Artists gave. "You would have lost all respect for me," he said, "if I had seen the movie." The Best Man went from commercial failure to classic without an intervening success. Joe Hawkins paid a call. The district was certain to go Democratic in November. Did I want to run for the House? "Let this cup pass unto Joe Resnick," I said. And it did, and he was elected in the Johnson landslide, and that was the end of me as a political force in the area. Resnick served 2 terms, lost a race for the Senate, then, unexpectedly, died. He was a pleasant, rich man from Kingston. He told me that when Lyndon Johnson came into the district, Resnick sat in the back of the limousine with him, while Johnson's devoted enemy, Bobby Kennedy, sat in the front seat. Bobby was now running for Senate in New York. Johnson asked Joe how his race was going against my old St. Albans schoolmate, Hamilton Fish. "It's rough," said Joe. "I mean, he's got a lot of money and a famous name, and his father was congressman from here all those years." As he spoke, Johnson chuckled and pointed his finger at the back of Bobby's neck. He, too, had such an adversary. In the fall, I made a final intervention in New York politics. The incumbent senator was an amiable liberal Republican called Keating. I liked him politically and personally, so I teamed up with Lisa Howard, a television journalist who had reputedly had an affair with Castro. Together we started a Democrats for Keating committee. I have a sharp memory of Lisa, Keating, and me standing in the back of the empty store that we were using for headquarters while the press was gathering in the front of the store. Lisa was hectoring Keating on some political point. He was getting flustered. Finally, I said, "Lisa, for Christ's sake, leave him alone. He is a Republican. But at least he's not Bobby, who's been trying to kill your friend Castro all these years." A moment later, we faced the press united. In November, 1.7 million New York Democrats voted for Keating. Had Johnson not carried the state so hugely, Bobby would have lost. A month before the election, I got a telephone call from a man with a thick New Jersey accent. He had some information about Bobby that I might find useful. I said, "Come to my apartment." "No, someplace else," he said. "Where?" We finally agreed on the bar next to the Chelsea Hotel. In a booth sat a stout, bald Italo-American with a large diamond ring. He was, I am certain, a member of the Teamsters Union, whose gangster leader Jimmy Hoffa had long been Moby Dick to Bobby's Captain Ahab. The Hood's first useful information was a police report about Bobby's involvement with a minor. They paid off the girl's parents. As the author of The Best Man, I took the lofty line that sex ought not to be involved in any campaign, even one against Bobby. Patiently, the Hood then presented me with a set of documents, which proved to be sealed testimony from a New York court. Although I don't know much about legal procedures, I did know, even then, that once a judge seals testimony, it is a criminal act to unseal it. The Hood opened a folder. "So let's see what's there." What was there was a lawsuit between a notorious young Englishwoman and the members of her late husband's family. After a month or so of marriage, her elderly husband had died, and she had inherited his fortune. The family then sued her for their share. I already knew this much of the story from the press, but I did not know that, to prove she was of bad character, there was a sworn deposition to the effect that she had had affairs with both Jack and Bobby Kennedy. I forget now who settled what with whom, but I do recall she had refused to pay her lawyer what she owed him. The lawyer brought suit against her, with the threat that if she did not pay his fee, the Kennedys would be named. At that point, Bobby, the Attorney General, came to New York and told the young woman that if she did not promptly pay her lawyer, he would have her deported as an undesirable alien. This struck me as remarkably high-handed, even for Bobby. She paid the lawyer. The judge then sealed the testimony, and that was the end of that until my New Jersey acquaintance and his friends got their hands on the deposition. But anyone who publishes this will go to jail. I had grasped this essential point. Don't be so sure. There was a dreamy look in the hood's eyes. You know, all over the country, these small weekly papers are up for sale for maybe $10,000, $15,000 apiece. Well, go buy one, anonymously. Publish the testimony. When the wire services pick up on the story, and they will, you fold the paper, and that's the end of it as far as you're concerned, and that's also the end of Bobby. I discussed the matter with Lisa. She was more knowledgeable than I of crime. She was grim. It's the mob. Don't touch it. Nothing but trouble. That was the end of that. And so, on this peculiarly bleak black note, my political life in New York State came to an end. After the election of 1964, we were back in Rome, in a rented penthouse on top of the moldering 17th-century Origo Palace at the center of what bureaucratic Romans call the historic center, and everyone else calls Old Rome. Here we were to live, off and on, for close to 30 years. The palace is at the northwest corner of a busy square that has all the charm of New York City's Columbus Circle, minus Huntington Hartford's masterpiece, but plus, below street level, 3 classical temples, home to a colony of cats, a perennial, no, millennial, reminder that this precinct was once sacred to the goddess Isis, and the cat was, and is, her creature. In a nearby street there is a large marble foot on a pedestal, all that is left of Isis's cult statue. Cats sun themselves on her toes. Question I often hear: why did you spend almost a third of your life in this Roman apartment? I quote Howard Hughes. When asked why he had ended up a long-nailed recluse in a sealed hotel room, he croaked with perfect candor, "I just sort of drifted into it." That's almost always the real answer to everything. But there were, of course, 1,000 other reasons. For one thing, I had never had a proper human-scale village life anywhere on earth until I settled into that old Roman street. Literature? 2 blocks to our north, back of the Pantheon, Thomas Mann lived and wrote Buddenbrooks. Nearby, George Eliot stayed at the Minerva Hotel. Ariosto lived in Pantheon Square. Stendhal was also close by. I myself wrote at least a part of several books in this flat, as well as all of Myra Breckenridge in 1 month, one spring, from new moon to new moon. The last chapters of Lincoln were composed on the dining room table. Italo Calvino lived at the north end of the street, and we used to share confrère each other when we met. Then, one stormy day, I went, with real sadness, to his funeral. At the beach. The Pacific is lead gray or bright silver. Sand is brown. Each morning at dawn, a beagle, who lives to the north of the colony, starts his long march to the south, collecting all the other dogs on the way. The beagle is an inspired and inspiring leader, and our black spaniel always rushes out to join his legion. The dogs vanish for the day. We never knew where they went. But then, at sundown, exhausted, each came home. Dogs. Our first spaniel was split in 2 at Edgewater, on the tracks, by a New York Central train. Then Joanne gave us 2 puppies, one black and one blonde. The blonde was a hermaphrodite who died early. The male lived on for many gluttonous years, ending his days when, late one night, eating bones on the balcony of the Grand Hotel in Florence, he fell to the Lungarno, where we found him the next morning. Harold Acton liked to pretend that we then went to his villa, La Pietra, at the edge of Florence. And of course you know how Gore is. He would hum in his Chinese-Italian Mandarin English. He asked, did I mind if he buried his dog on the property? The Newmans presented us with the third dog in 1973. Rat lived for 13 years, a slightly lopsided Australian terrier of great intelligence. He died of cancer of the gums, a disease that terriers are prone to, but no veterinarian had ever bothered to warn us about. Rat was at his peak during the 5 winters that we spent in Klosters, Switzerland. He enchanted our neighbor Greta Garbo, and she would come by the flat each morning to walk me and Rat. She called him Ratsky, as Rat is so brutal a name. At 65, Garbo was still very beautiful. That is, she still looked like Garbo. She had 2 voices. One she used when she spoke Swedish or German, a somewhat high voice with an odd 2-syllable cry for emphasis. Ai! The other was her low, manly voice, the one that she used on the screen. She always referred to herself as he. She liked dressing up in my clothes. I think she saw herself as a boy with another boy. She also had an eye for girls, and once, on a walk beside the Silvretta River, she asked Irwin Shaw's girlfriend to show her her breasts, which she did. Garbo praised them, but no more. Garbo's own hung very low. I never wore a bra. I was the original women's liberation. One winter morning I went with her to the magazine stand at the railroad station, where she would buy all the movie gossip magazines. Deborah Paget and Fabian were familiar names to her, but on this occasion she, not they, was cover girl. Cecil Beaton had written about the love affair between him and Garbo. With frozen face, she bought all the magazines and, without a word, went quickly home, leaving me and Ratsky to read the Italian version of the love affair that, she assured me later, never took place. And people think I am paranoid, she observed with a scowl. Beaton did tell one story that sounded like her. He was complaining how, with age, his genitals were growing smaller. She had replied, sadly, I wish that I could say the same. Once, as we walked in the woods beside the swift river, she began to declaim, in perfect Comédie Française French, an aria from Phèdre. Ce n'est plus une ardeur dans mes vents cachés, c'est venu tout entière à sa pointe attachée. I was astounded, then said, Now there's something for you to do, on the stage, in Paris. She repeated her usual line, I am too old. I said that age made no difference on stage. I told her that Cedric Hardwicke, in his youth, had seen and marveled at the one-legged sexagenarian Sarah Bernhardt playing Joan of Arc in Paris. At curtain rise, Bernhardt is on a stool, center stage, back to the audience. In front of her, 3 judges. First judge, what is your name? My name is Joan. Second, where are you from? Doméry. Third, how old are you? 18. Then Bernhardt turned and faced the audience, and the house exploded with applause. Garbo sighed. How stupid she must have been. I asked her if she had ever heard the recording of Bernhardt's voice, particularly the death scene from L'Aiglon. Yes, I have. It is so corny. Garbo was romantic, but not sentimental. One day she told me that she had got a message from Stockholm. The king was dying. When he was crown prince, he had come for lunch at the commissary at MGM, and she, as the Swedish queen of the movies, sat next to him. They made me wear a hat like a plate that kept slipping off. That's the only time I ever saw him. Now they say he has always been in love with me, and will I come see him before he dies?" This was MGM dialogue at its greatest. It was also Garbo at her most characteristic. "You must go." "So far to go, and for what? He'll die anyway." That night I produced caviar and vodka for her. We were joined by Irwin Shaw, who asked if he could bring Martha Gellhorn, a journalist I admired. Gellhorn talked non-stop for several hours as Garbo grew more and more withdrawn. Suddenly Gellhorn left. "How she hates me," said Garbo, now wearing Howard's blazer, which, come to think of it, she forgot to return. Irwin and I assured her that Gellhorn did not hate her, but Garbo was not convinced. The next day, in the street, Gellhorn came up to me. "I want to apologize for last night. I couldn't stop rattling. But what else do you do when you finally meet Helen of Troy?" I repeated this to Garbo, who rewarded me with one of her most beautiful expressions, head flung back, the long swan-like curve of the neck still beautiful, ice-gray eyes, hooded, down-turned lips painted a luminous pale pink, which Perce Westmore invented just for me. Garbo was pleased. "That was nice of her to say, but of course, I never played Helen of Troy." Now you have just read a free association attempt at writing a theatrical memoir. Easier to do than I thought, though I have no idea how it will read to others or if they can find interesting what used to be known as green room gossip. On the other hand, I've enjoyed conjuring up Garbo. For 5 years we saw her every winter when she came to Cloisters to be with Zalka Fertel, her closest friend. Then Zalka died. I tried to get Garbo to come to Ravello, but she feared the paparazzi. I told her how to get rid of them forever. "Hold a press conference. Everyone will be there, from every country. Then announce that you are producing and starring in a television series about a Swedish maid who holds together an American family. Then, a year later, hold another press conference. There will be fewer journalists. Hold a third, and no one will bother you again." "I don't think," said Queen Christina, that is very funny." But she was very funny about her visit to the White House. Early on, Jackie had told me, "One of the few nice things about being here is we can get to meet everyone we've ever wanted to meet." So, inevitably, Garbo came to dinner. "The president took me into his bedroom. So romantic. Then he gave me a whale's tooth, and we went back to Mrs. Jockey, who said, 'He never gave me a whale's tooth.'" October 3rd, 1994. This morning I got up at 5:30 and checked my blood pressure. 129/82. As this is normal for me, I shall take no beta blockers. Blood sugar is slightly high. I must cut back on fresh orange juice. A few years ago I was told that I was a senile diabetic. I have controlled this condition by diet, not pills. Senile? Yes, I am 69 today, an age that I never expected to reach when I was young. At noon on the East Coast, the time of my birth, I shall enter what in Italy is called, accurately, my 70th year. I can't say that my cup is exactly overflowing. The room is a mess since Carmela, who looks after the house, has not come to work. She is young, and we have always known that we would lose her to marriage, but now it looks as if gravity will get her first. She has fallen, yet again, off her bicycle. Before breakfast, I read Lucretius on the Nature of Things. I've been quoting passages from him for years, but until now I've never read him straight through. I'm now at the end of Part 2, where he anticipates Darwin by 2,000 years. For it is not true, as I think, that the race of mortal creatures, man, were let down from on high by some golden chain. So much for the antique notion of Cadmus sowing dragon's teeth to create human beings, or the peculiarly silly story of Adam and Eve believed by so many of my countrymen. Lucretius is aware, how, I wonder, that we evolved. I've often quoted his law that nothing can come from nothing, but wonder about his corollary that nothing can go to nothing, since if the it is transitive, the going, that is, then it must be something, and so, by definition, not nothing. Lucretius had also worked out that we live on a globe, and that there are a myriad of other globes in the heavens, and that many of them will support mortal races. Lucretius is also a proto-ecologist, fretting about overpopulation. Nature, of her own accord, first made for mortals the bright corn and the luxuriant vineyards of herself. She gave forth sweet fruits and luxuriant pasturage. But now we exhaust our oxen and the strength of our farmers. We wear out the plowshare, and then are scarce fed by our fields. Man seems congenitally unaware that all things gradually decay and go to the reef of destruction, outworn by the ancient lapse of years. Thus he anticipates the second law of thermodynamics, not to mention giddy entropy. While I've been here, I've also been reading through this memoir, adding, subtracting, writing over half-erased texts, palimpsesting, all the while looking for clues not so much to me, the subject, if indeed I am the subject, as to what those first 39 years were all about as we grew more and more ingenious in finding new ways of killing off the human race and its support system, the small planet that each of us so briefly visits. No, I haven't found any pattern at all to life itself, but then there is probably none other than birth and growth, decay and death, something we all know from the start. As for who I was then, as opposed to now, in my 39th year, where I shall now leave myself in this narrative, a dinner was given for me in Washington. Alice Longworth sat beside me. The gray, flinty eyes are not unlike first cousin Eleanor's. "I loved Justinian," she said. "You know, you were so wise to get out of this town and do what you've done, and not stayed on like the rest of us, like Joe over there." Her cousin Joe Alsop is booming across table about the balance of power. "You've made an interesting life for yourself out there in the world, while we just stay on and on here, as fixtures." But that is doomed to change. I have just bought 2 small plots for Howard and me in Rock Creek Cemetery. We will be midway between Jimmy Trimble and Henry Adams, midway between heart and mind, to put it grandly. Paul Newman just rang. He and Joanne want to come to hear me speak at the National Press Club in Washington. He proposes we have dinner with the Clintons, 4 days before the midterm elections. Since no one else is talking to them, we will. So here I am at the end of this book, that is. I am again a novelist, and I have spent close to 30 years beneath the shield of Apollo, for whom I changed my life when I moved to Rome. Occasionally, I slipped out from under the shield to write theater, movies, television. Unlike grandfather and father, I was not physically shattered in my late 40s, and so I have been able, if not to complete, to get on with my work in a way that they could not. I was also to become more intensely political than I was in my conventional youth. Will I write about all this? I don't know. A right-wing radio windbag called Rush Limbaugh, after the 1994 Republican sweep of Congress, declared, "The age of Lenin and Gore Vidal is over." I am inclined to dust off my 6-shooters. Billy the Kid will ride again, unless he meant John Lennon, not Vladimir Lenin.